It's the cold hard truth. Everyone really want to know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes, but don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone, and when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way the things will really go with Sandra. Some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but soon they will realize it's Sandra. And when they start to argue again, she'll put the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend of Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. Every day, everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day, everyone got to hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day, everyone got to hear from Sandra.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody in the beautiful Cayman Islands, the 345. We are broadcasting live and direct from Grand Cayman, of course, but we do have our beautiful people in the sister islands. Good morning to all of you. Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, we've got various districts and communities across the island. We always do a big shout out to Windsor Park, Washington Boulevard, Caymanians in Florida groups. Thank you guys so much for joining the program. Quite frankly, we enjoy your feedback. So we've got an exciting show planned for you today, as we always do. I feel like every show is exciting in its own way. So we're going to kick it off here in just a second. You know, we've got Caymanians who are visiting Canada, and we actually have listeners in Canada. So big shout out to Canada this morning. We know that in Canada, there's a little bit of an issue with Meta and the Canadian government. I thought they would have resolved this by now, because this has been ongoing for about 3 years, where unfortunately they can't even in Canada find us on, what's it called? They can't find us on any Meta products, which means Instagram or Facebook. Yeah. They have blocked, Meta has blocked the entire country of Canada. Oh my goodness. I think YouTube is still good. And I also believe that sometimes you can get a VPN to work. It kind of depends, because Meta appears to be pretty smart. So sometimes it won't even allow the VPN to work either. So just giving you guys a little reminder and heads up, because I even had a government official last week who was like, do you know that you're blocked in Canada? I said, well, it's not just me. It's any page that is registered as media. And we even tried changing our category on Facebook to see if that was a workaround. And I can tell you, nope, it did not work. So not much that we can do about it. The Canadian government and Meta hopefully, eventually, we'll figure it out. But essentially, the Canadian government threatened Meta, and Meta said, "Oh no, you don't." Yeah. Anywho, big tech. There you have it. All right, so we've got a good show for you lined up today. First, we're going to be talking with the one and only Marla Ducran. Just give me 1 minute. I see over 130 plus people already on the live stream, and the numbers are growing very, very quickly. So we're going to talk about the population growth in the Cayman Islands with her based on her latest report. And then we're going to transition into what no doubt will be a very, very interesting conversation around some allegations of sexual assault by court staff. So we got some rules. I got to lay down some ground rules in relation to that. Now, all of you who follow the channel, you've just received the live links for the show. So you can just click on those shortcut URLs. And then I'm going to send it out to the various channels as well. Or groups rather, Caymanians in Florida, Windsor Park, Washington Boulevard. And of course, you're free to share it with whoever you think would like to tune into the show. All right. So yes, we do have the young lady who's making these allegations coming on the show a little bit later on. So put your virtual hands together. Good morning to Leroy. We've got Marshall in the house. Strong Wilt is here for it. Yes, happy Tuesday. Wednesday. Happy Hump Day Wednesday. We have Olivia, Island Pearl. Irvelyn is always here. Strong Wilt. This is family. These are family. Every single morning, like clockwork. Damaris in the house. Good morning to you, my darling. Blissful Powell is also here. Says good morning with Cayman peeps and of course the rest of the world. Happy human. You're a happy human? Good. Love that. All right. Let us put our virtual hands together for none other than the lovely Miss Marla Ducran. If you've been feeling it in your grocery bill, sitting in traffic on the way, that's why a lot of you tuned in, because you're like, Sandy, we ain't got nothing else to do in the morning but stuck in traffic and listening to you, right? You're searching for a place to rent. You're not imagining it, that it's getting more and more challenging by the day. Cayman's population has doubled in the last 22 years. I can't believe this. When I thought about it, I was like, 22 years? I moved back in 1996, so I've been here during this doubling, and it's like, wow. So they say that we're closing in 100,000 people. I can tell you, I am confidently telling you this morning that we have exceeded 100,000 people, okay? Those estimates, 90-something thousand, no. There are people that are still unaccounted for in different ways. We have exceeded, in my humble opinion, 100,000 people. And now we have the fastest growing population rate in the entire Caribbean. What does this mean for the Cayman Islands? My guest this morning has put the numbers together to what a lot of us have been feeling. Marla Ducran is an economist and one of the leading voices on Caribbean economics. She's tracked her region's fiscal and economic trajectory for over 25 years, advised governments, multilateral institutions, and served as economic advisor to the premier of the Cayman Islands in various projects. Now, let me be clear. She's going to tell us about this specific project. So there are times that people hire her. I should really rephrase that. There are times that people hire her to do different reports and to do a bit more research. She just released a special report that follows the money from work permits to government revenue to construction and asks the question that belongs to all of us. Who is this growth actually for? And at the end of our conversation, she's going to tell us how you can weigh in yourself in, under 2 minutes. I did the survey. It's really, really simple. Miss Marla, welcome back to the program.
Good morning, Sandra. How are you doing? Thanks for having me again. I apologize for not turning on my camera because my internet here is not the best.
Yes.
And so I don't want to end up getting kicked off. So I apologize to you and to your audience.
Yes, no worries at all. We understand how that is. And so, again, thank you so much. And you put together this amazing report, which we're going to have a look at this morning. But before we get into any of the details of it and the survey that you're encouraging people to participate in, tell us why. Why did you do this report?
So I last visited Cayman in May. I was speaking at CUC's conference, and of course, I ended up chatting with a lot of people, and this topic kept coming up over and over. That Cayman is overpopulated, we're bursting at the seams, quote unquote. Of course, there were lots of articles in various media outlets looking at issues around housing, issues around waste management, the cargo port, prices. And there are some people, I have to say, who I spoke to that also said, but the thing is, we need this population growth, otherwise the economy will stall. And I kept asking various people, why don't you all do an analytical piece, both to media as well as important stakeholders in the overall economy. I don't want to call names. And it felt like nobody was really going to take up this task of actually unpacking how population is linked to other variables in the economy, things like inflation, housing, not just housing availability, but housing prices, government revenue, all of the important variables that we need to keep an eye on, but which affect our daily lives without even knowing the actual data point, if you know what I mean. And so I thought, what, and then also, people having different views about what they think the population should be, whether it should be declining, whether it should be increasing. And I thought, somebody needs to ask this question. And I knew that Switzerland was having this referendum around the same issue at this time. I think their referendum was just about a month ago. So anyway, I decided, let me write a brief article. And I actually planned to do really just that, a brief article. Of course, it ended up being anything but brief because it was a lot to unpack. It really was a lot to unpack and a lot of data. The more data, the merrier, of course, right? But in there and in doing this exercise, I realized that this was quite a complex dynamic that you have in Cayman, but it's also quite simple. It's complex in terms of the many variables that population impacts or is impacted by, but it also is quite simple, which is government revenue is really, really driven by this increase in population that we've seen, as you outlined, doubling in 22 years, the fastest growing in the Caribbean at just under 2% a year on average. And once the government is earning revenue from a particular source, in this case, population growth, anytime there is a major shift in that source of revenue, there will be implications for what the government can provide for its people. So this is not a simple problem. This is, when I say problem, this is not a simple situation, because you can't just say, let's stop growing the population. You have to recognize that there will be implications for that, as well as you can't say, let's continue to grow indefinitely, because again, there will be real implications for that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm certainly glad that you've tackled it, because as you rightfully said, even for us as Caymanians and residents and everybody who's here, it is a very, very complex issue, right? And so to try to unpack some of it, my apologies. Oh, I'm so sorry. I got a frog in my throat there. In order to unpack some of the issues here, this morning. We're going to go through some of it. And do you feel like when you take on, now I know you're very much data driven, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And there are people in the community who are not data driven individuals. They just know how they feel about a situation. Yeah. So already there are people in the comment section, oh yes, we're overpopulated. We can't handle anymore. It's just too much. This is how Caymanians feel. And I'm always very, very careful to manage. Even yesterday, we kind of diverged in a conversation that oftentimes feels like a Caymanian versus expat conversation. And I say to people, listen, it's not something that I'm prepared to talk about every single day, but I do think it has its place in our broader conversations, simply because in order for us to remain what I think is relatively cohesive in the way that we get on with an extremely diverse population, over 130 something plus nationalities, we can't ignore people's feelings, especially the minority. And Caymanians now know that they are the minority in their own country. So even when we're having discussions around population, as we are here today, what is your feeling when the minority who say that, okay, we're the Caymanians, we're the ones entitled to this country, so this should be solely a conversation for us? What would you say to Caymanians who perhaps think that way?
Well, I recognize that this is, in the first place, is a very difficult situation to be in when you're a minority in your own country. That can't feel too great, if you know what I mean. Like, and so I empathize with people who have felt in any way marginalized or disadvantaged in their own country. That's really, I can't relate to that, and I can't imagine what that must feel like. But I encourage people to have I know the report is long. I apologize for that. But I really try to break it down simply as simply as I could, because I think it's important to recognize that the population growth that you're witnessing and the effects that it's having on you, the negative effects, are, in my view, and this is my opinion, which I discussed at length in the report, it is my view that these people coming to live and work in Cayman are not the fundamental cause of why there is so much congestion on the road, or why housing prices have gone up, or why you feel in any way disadvantaged. My conclusion in the report is that, yes, you've had massive population growth, the fastest in the Caribbean, doubling in 22 years, but that growth has not been managed properly by the authorities for successive regimes. I'm not speaking about this government. Of course, they recently installed in the last couple of years, but I'm talking about successive governments have reaped the benefits of this population growth via the work permit fees and construction-related revenue, financial sector-related revenue, but they have not directed that revenue in a manner that mitigates the effects of this population growth on their own people. They haven't done that, and they could have done that. And some would argue they should have done that, and they haven't. So this, the congestion is not a necessary consequence of population growth. It is a consequence of poor planning. Mount Trashmore is not a necessary consequence of population growth. It is a consequence of poor planning and poor execution of a plan. So it is about overall macroeconomic management and governance. And so the same people that you have hired, or wrong word, the same people that you have elected, and the only reason we elect leaders is so that they can make our lives better, right? We didn't elect them to make our lives harder. Those same people that you've elected across various elections throughout the past 22 years when the population doubled, those same people, I would argue, have failed to mitigate the effects of this population growth on the electorate and the people of the Cayman Islands.
Our first kaboom of the morning.
I love it. Kaboom.
I feel like we will be getting many more of those, but that's it. And it's crazy to me how many people don't actually see that. It is a failure of our elected officials, and yet we keep electing them. You know, you said that they failed to manage. I just thought you were going to stop at the word failure because failing to manage population growth is just failure. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I would even go as far as arguing that not only have they failed to manage it, but in the instance of the mass status grants, which saw thousands of persons getting status without any true vetting. And then by extension, people connected to them that were able to, now they have status. Now they can bring in children to, further burden the infrastructure here. I think that if we had to look at a singular event that really was almost a tipping point, that's definitely, that was probably it. But there's so many things that we are unpacking here this morning, folks. Thank you so much for those of you who joined in the conversation. We've gone over 300 listeners already on social media. And big shout out to our listeners on Bobo 103.1 as well, who are tuned in to this conversation. So if you're just joining us, we're talking with Miss Marla Dukran, and she is sharing with us her latest report, which, by the way, you can get this report on her website, marladukran.com. Population, Progress, and the People of the Cayman Islands is the title of this report. Nobody commissioned her to do this. She visits the Cayman Islands on occasion. She visits the Cayman Islands on occasion and has made observations on her own about what is going on here. And so she decided that this was an interesting, topic, really. And she's done a bit of a deep dive into this. So it is incredibly fascinating. The headline number is stark. Cayman's population doubling in 22 years and is closing in on 100,000 people. Like I said, I have personally, when the last ESO report came out, remember now that report is for the previous year. So this is one of the reasons why I say we've gone over 100,000 already.
That was a 2025 report.
Right. So here we are in the middle of 2026. I feel confident to say that we're now over 100,000 people, right? When you sat down to write this, what surprised you the most?
That's a good question. What surprised me the most was the extent to which I always knew the financial services sector, which I've captured here also, the professional and administrative. So things like, the auxiliary services. So not just banks, but like law firms, even I think the regulator is captured there. This is by far the largest contributor to economic activity, by far the single largest contributor to the government's revenue, both directly and indirectly in terms of coercive revenue. And so this, I guess we always knew that it was the largest sector, but the extent to which that sector indirectly finances the well-being of the Caymanian citizens because of the amount of that government revenue that is spent on wages and salaries. And, the government is the largest employer, right? The latest data I had was 8,302 employees, and which is 13% of the total labor force at the end of 2025, 13%. But basically, 70% of the government's, I should say public sector workforce is are Caymanian citizens and PRs, right? And so it means that this sector, kind of like if you, and I think of it as analogous, and I talk about that in your report, analogous to sort of like an oil and gas sector, like in Trinidad and Tobago. Like this is the big sector that is driving everything, including government revenue, and then the government hires people. So this sector is driving wages and therefore well-being because of also government services that are provided for the people. So we have to be very careful about, and I know that when people from Cayman and Caymanians, I guess, complain about the population growth and complain about how their lives are affected, there's a temptation to see the source of that problem as the people in this sector. But in fact, the workers and the companies and the entities in this sector are the ones paying the salaries of 70% of the government's workforce is Caymanian. And so this, and I'm looking for the quote I made here.
Tell me what the quote is, and I'll quickly open it up.
Okay,
and find it.
So one of the important quotes is that public administration, right, meaning the public sector, attracts the 6th highest monthly average compensation across all sectors in Cayman. And as I mentioned, there's a 96% correlation between government spending and public sector employment. So basically, you know, the government is really spending a lot around employment and you know, wages and overall compensation, and much of that revenue comes from the financial services sector. So here, given that half of the government's annual budget is spent on personnel costs, and given that the financial services sector contributes roughly half of the government revenue, then that sector therefore indirectly employs the majority of the public sector workforce, 70% of which is Caymanian. That's the quote I wanted to say.
Yes.
I
So
feel
we're going to just jump to that, because I thought that this is such an interesting quote, because it also puts in proper context something else that, you know, is a side conversation here, which is when we were looking at it, for example, building the port, and pro-port supporters were talking about how important tourism is to the Cayman Islands. What your data actually demonstrates is that, in fact, no one is saying tourism doesn't play a role. But
of course, we would never say that. It is important.
When you're talking about 70% of the direct revenue in this country and the trickle down coming from financial services, how can you compare that? The reality is, we often say that we have a twin economic structure, right?
Twin pillar,
two pillars. Twin pillar, yes. We actually don't. We have a single pillar. And then tourism is kind of like a little crutch that, you know, helps that single pillar. This is enormous. This is really, really significant. And again, the quote here: public administration attracts the 6th highest monthly average compensation across all sectors in the Cayman Islands. Wow.
Which means the public sector is well paid, relatively speaking. Public sector workers on average are relatively well paid. And half of the government's revenue comes from financial services. And, you know, basically that amount of revenue is spent on personnel costs, 70% of which goes to Caymanian people.
Yes.
I just want to comment on what you said just now about tourism, because I feel like there might be some mismeasurement as well, or improper allocation of how we look at who is driving the economy. So we talk here about financial services driving fiscal revenue, government revenue, right? But the interesting thing as well is that now this data is from 2015, where the ESO calculated the fiscal multipliers in the economy. What does that mean? It means, what are these sectors whereby every dollar that you put in has knock-on effects in the economy? And they found that the construction sector has the largest multiplier in the economy, such that for every $1 of additional construction, and I'm quoting here from ESO, every $1 of additional construction output demanded, total output in the economy, meaning GDP, would increase by $2.56. So multiplied by 2.56. And this high multiplier in that construction sector largely emanates from its high reliance on output from other domestic industries, such as concrete, right? As well as finance and insurance and professional activities, and end quote. So this sector directly sends money to the government, but as well as its demand for construction via office space, via housing for the people who come to Cayman to work in that sector, via things like the infrastructure they need. So roads and hospitals and airport and supermarkets and swimming pools and schools and all of that. That demand for construction also is the biggest driver of GDP. Now, it is the biggest driver of GDP. And the current finance minister, and I quoted him in my report, said that there is a 99.9% correlation between GDP and government revenue. So in two ways, you're seeing that this sector is impacting GDP, impacting government revenue, directly and indirectly. But I also just want to comment on tourism, because of course, a lot of the construction activity in the economy is tourism driven, where you have, of course, hotels, but other forms of accommodation, restaurants and attractions that tourists will need. And so there is some impact, of course, from the tourism sector as well on construction and therefore GDP. So I'm not here to diminish the tourism sector's contribution at all. But what we are saying is that the data shows that by far, overwhelmingly, economic activity, construction activity, and fiscal revenue, as well as jobs for Caymanians, is driven by the financial services sector.
Yes. So fascinating. Folks, your questions, 936-2626. We do have some that are coming in on the WhatsApp. This person says, good morning. Thank Marla for taking on this project, giving government and persons quantitative data, which hopefully will guide future development. Well, I certainly hope that the people are paying attention this morning. And when I say the people, yes, I mean all of you. Literally over 300 now, but more importantly, the leaders in this country. When people jump up and they say that they want to be a leader, and even the existing leaders, we have to make sure that they are thinking about these things when it comes to our development and our growth, and where honestly we are going, right? So this person says poor planning, but which has led to population growth. And yes, the leaders fail the community horrendously, and we continue to elect the same folks. We know that, Sandra, but it's what exists today. The horse is out of the gate. It's what do we do now to ameliorate these concerns? That said, are we willing to strongly consider having legislation that exists in Dubai? I'm not sure specifically what legislation, so let's try to get some clarification on that. But since 2021, other people in the country, Steve McField, Teresa Pitcairn, and others have been discussing this. And this is exactly what was released, and that what is being released by the ESO is grossly inaccurate. Well, I guess the ESO collects their data how they do, and they can only collect it also when people participate. It's one of the reasons that we're always on here encouraging people when the ESO folks come around to please participate, because their data is only as good as what they're given, right? They don't make data up. So you've got to, you've got to participate. So person goes on and says, I agree completely with local leaders' inadequacy for decades. Caymanians are unconcerned. Caymanian community response to rapid development, soaring cost of living, and massive influxes of expats mirrors psychologically learned hopelessness, because the scale of change feels uncontrollable and many feel a sense of hopelessness. So the other thing that strikes me as interesting is when we're looking at this, you talked about the leaders, the political leaders in this country having failed the people. But by and large, the people, and we see it all the time, blame the expats who come here as the source of the problem. How do you respond to that?
I mean, I think that's unfair. It's unfair to blame foreign labor as the source of the problem. I mean, these people are not coming here illegally, right? These people are not coming to Cayman in a way that you didn't expect, or you were caught by surprise. There's a process involved in applying for a work permit. A job has to be advertised locally. A work permit process has to be undertaken, lots of documentation, and fees paid. So whose fault is it that they were able to secure a job in the Cayman Islands? Is it their fault? I would say no. Not at all. Obviously, the financial services sector, the health sector, the tourism sector, even the government itself, the civil service, needs skilled workers so that they can perform their functions. And insofar as there is insufficient skilled labor in the Cayman Islands, you either decide to allow foreign labor in, or you decide to basically destroy that sector. It's a choice. And insofar as you've made a choice to, no, let's continue to have hospitals, and let's continue to have financial services, and let's continue to have a tourism sector and a civil service, then you need people. So you can't blame the workers who came to Cayman legally and through a not very simple process, from what I understand. That's misplacing blame dangerously, I would say.
Yes. But the emotion, when you put emotion into it, it's easier for most people to blame the expats, right? As just a large group, as opposed to saying, hold on a second, we, the electorate in this country, have elected people who don't have a clue what they're doing. because then that forces you to take some accountability, right? If we put the blame with our leadership, who puts the leadership in place? It's us, the voting, which is Caymanians. And so then if we accept that truth, that our leaders have failed us, we then have to accept that we have failed ourselves, because we failed to put in effective leadership. We're voting in people based on a popularity contest, right? And who can get up during a campaign and make the most noise and sing and dance like a monkey. Those are the things that are attractive to us. Like, we literally elect people who have no education. Some did not even finish high school. They're very, very easy to be. I wish. They're very easy to be picked off because a lot of them had no reasonable income or real job before getting into politics. So, developers can get in really quickly with them. Oh, I'm going to give you this kickback. I'm going to do, you can get a condo at the top of the Ritz-Carlton, all these other things. These are real things that have happened right here in the Cayman Islands. And so, once again, we sit back and allow it to happen. You draw a direct parallel to Switzerland's population referendum. Tell us about that, because then my question is, why did that vote catch your attention as a lens for Cayman? So for those who may not be aware and haven't read the report yet, tell us what recently transpired in Switzerland.
So just over a month ago on June 14th. And the reason it caught my attention is this was happening for the first time in history on this planet, where a country held a referendum to determine whether the population growth should be capped, whether they should set a limit on the size of their population. Because there were, of course, you have the discomfort that some people are experiencing in that country, similar to the Cayman Islands. And this is why I draw the parallel. Things like cost of living, things like cost of housing and availability of housing that is affordable for an average family. Things like loss of identity and cultural heritage, because Switzerland is in a European scale, a small population, surrounded by Germany, Italy, France, etc., and heavily influenced by the cultures in those neighboring countries. And so I think when I read what people were expressing, it was this: they felt that their cultural identity was being diluted, eroded, threatened. And the right-wing politicians sort of really picked up on this, if not weaponized this. And therefore, in the end, they called for a referendum because I guess there was a certain belief that they could have gotten the referendum result to be favorable towards capping the population, because that is what a lot of people, the sentiment seemed to suggest, that people would be in favor of capping their population. In the end, the Swiss voted not to limit the growth of their population. But everything that they're experiencing is comparable to Cayman. They have their own small indigenous population that is now in the minority compared to the amount of foreign labor that has come into the country. They have a large financial services sector, just like Cayman. People struggling with with housing and cost of living, as well as struggling with the erosion of their cultural identity. So many parallels. And it was interesting that it was happening around the same time that I was in Cayman and hearing people expressing all of these concerns and discomforts, similar to what I was able to read was happening in Switzerland. Now, part of my report, I kind of go through some of these. I guess you would, the part of the report that I handle it is it's called Population and Pain. And the first thing I talked about is Mount Trashmore. And for those who would like to say that the source of my pain is all of these foreign workers, surely the foreign workers have nothing to do with Mount Trashmore, or the lack of a workable solution being implemented there for waste management. That to me is the most glaring example of the lack of proper management, proper planning and execution on the part of the authorities.
Yes.
This has nothing to do with population growth per se. Of course, a larger population disposes of more garbage, but that problem existed for decades before the population doubled. And there is no, as yet, as far as I'm aware, no solid solution. And then I talked about other pain points that I've heard people express, things like the traffic jam, congestion in general, but I want to suggest a few things that I highlight in the report.
Can I just ask you one quick question before you move on to from the Switzerland example? Has anyone, because you said that was the first time in history that someone a country has even voted to try to cap it. So does that mean that no one has ever successfully, and I mean outside of things like the Holocaust, obviously, which impacted populations, and war tends to do that, right? Has anyone, and I know that the US is a bit of an anomaly right now because they actually do have a decreased population because of Trump's immigration policies. But outside of that example, which is very, very different, has anyone ever been able, to the best of your knowledge, to cap population growth or even to reverse population growth?
Well, China is the world's poster child for this. They introduced a one-child policy, which they then reversed, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, yeah, at least 10 years ago, where because of their rapid population growth and the authorities struggling, to keep pace with that, they introduced this one-child policy a long time ago. I would say in the middle of the 20th century, if my memory serves me correct. And so families were limited to having one child, which now has come home to roost, in the sense that, one, they have a larger male population than female, because unfortunately many families, engaged in infanticide when they had baby girls instead of baby boys. And also now they have a rapidly aging population with, some serious demographic and social issues coming out of that, where they will not have enough working age people to basically look after financially and otherwise the elderly. So that, to me, is the sort of most glaring example of a country that has attempted through policy to manipulate the size of its population. Some might say it was successful. I don't know. I guess it was successful for a while because the population growth did slow down, but now it's a problem.
Yeah. Okay. Very, very interesting. We do have some questions that are coming in and comments as well. So if I can get to some of those before you move on to the next point. So this individual says, morning, question for your guests. It was mentioned that a large part of financial services revenue collected by government goes to pay civil servant salaries. Is the Cayman situation similar, maybe, or different from your guest's view of other Caribbean countries?
I would say to you that, I don't have the data for all these countries in front of me at the moment, but from my recollection, your financial services sector, compared to, let's say, Bahamas, Bermuda, yours is the largest, right? Even globally, when you look at the international ranking of offshore financial sectors, Cayman ranks higher than the others in the Caribbean. You have BVI as well, that is fairly large relative to their overall population. So there are some similarities across the region, but Cayman, I think, has the most robust, largest financial services sector if you compare to Caribbean neighbors.
All right. Someone said, I'm just signing in. How much did I miss from Ms. Marla? Well, we start at 7:33 in the mornings, folks. So I always encourage people to tune in early, especially in days like this, because it's such an amazing conversation. But don't worry, you can always go back and hit that rewind button a little bit later on. So Ms. Anita says it's more important than those in government really understand these facts. It's more important that those in government really understand these facts and figures rather than supposedly knowing. I think it's important that we all understand it, because then we will start to demand a different result even at the polls. In relation to what happens at the polls, someone said, unfortunately, you can't elect who doesn't run for office. True. Dr. Victor Lokoy, good morning, sir. He says democracy has never worked. Miss Oline, good morning to you. Anthony says communism and socialism never has either. Anthony goes on to say, while rapid demographic expansion places immediate demands on public services, the argument that infrastructure cannot support this growth overlooks the proactive scaling of modern development. Capital investments in infrastructure projects are lagging indicators. They're triggered by population surges, which in turn generate the tax revenue and economic demand necessary to fund and expand long-term capacity. That's a lot of jibber jabber word salad. Let's break that down, Ms. Marla. What do you think about what Anthony is actually saying?
So actually, I addressed this point that he's making in the report. He is saying that the population growth in turn generates the tax revenue, in turn the the expansion, right, of the infrastructure. And what I'm saying in my report is that yes, population growth did generate the tax revenue, but that tax revenue was not employed to specifically expand infrastructure commensurate with population growth. And that was one of my conclusions in the report. So instead of expanding Mount Rushmore or finding a different, a better solution, we didn't. Instead of expanding public transportation so that there's less congestion on the road, we didn't. So it is not an automatic or necessary consequence of population growth that infrastructure expands. Infrastructure doesn't expand on its own. The government, as well as the private sector, they're the ones that have to engage in planning and construction activity to expand the infrastructure. There was an article that talked about already a deficit of 3,000 homes. That shows you that revenue was not used appropriately to expand the housing. And to me, it's irresponsible. You can't continue to approve work permits, collect the revenue, and then not engage in the construction of housing to house these people. Where are they going to live?
Very good. Let's take another comment from the WhatsApp listeners. Thank you so much, folks, for sending these in. This person says, some expats came here to make an honest living, adhering to the correct method of the strict immigration policy and to work to build Cayman. I hear a lot about Cayman kind. However, kindness starts with the core elements, the human element, to treat each other as humans, not as a they and us. So talking about perhaps one of the byproducts of, I want to say the population growth, but it's also a byproduct of the fact that Caymanians are now the minority, because if it was a population growth driven by Caymanian, like a Caymanian birth rate, for example, and you still had an influx of expat workers, I don't think that you would have this constant feeling of us versus them, right? If Caymanians were not in such a deficit in terms of the minority. And it's really quite an interesting quagmire, if you would. Beautiful Lies, Ugly Truth says, my question is, what is there to fear if the population of expats naturally declines now because they found greener pastures? So this goes back to my question of, who has successfully, and when I say successfully, I suppose maybe we need to define what that means in this context, but who has been able to either cap or stop population growth and or reverse it without detrimental effects? And Beautiful Lies, whenever I hear people say, we need to just cancel all work permits, no more, don't approve any more work permits, don't approve any more status grants, no more PR, I often ask the question, are you guys ready for the economic fallout in the real world of that actually happening? Which means Caymanians who own properties, some have rental, businesses, they rent cars, Caymanians own grocery stores, Caymanian own the local, repair shop, or all of these entities, all of these businesses. So right now, if you're a small to medium-sized Caymanian business, right, are you happy and okay with your revenue being decreased with a decreasing population? And if you're fine with that, I would love to hear your thoughts on that. 936-2626 is the telephone number. We do have one caller on the line. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, Ms. Dukaran. How are you?
Morning. How are you?
I'm all right. I read the report, and I have two questions for Ms. Dukaran. The first question, I mean, it's a bit of a loaded one. Ms. Dukaran, throughout your report, you argue that the real problem may not be immigration itself, but the incentives built into Cayman's political economy. Suppose tomorrow the government became exceptionally competent at planning infrastructure, housing, schools, transport, environmental protection, while still allowing population growth to continue. Would there still come a point where continued growth fundamentally changes what it means to be Caymanian, even if every economic and infrastructure problem were solved? In other words, is this ultimately an economic question about incentives or a philosophical question about the identity of a nation?
So of course, that's a question of, I think, conflating two things that can't necessarily or shouldn't be conflated, because the population growth that you speak to, and yes, I concluded that it hasn't been managed properly in terms of the infrastructure needed to accommodate these people, is a separate issue from cultural identity. It's a separate issue from, Caymanians' way of life and traditions being preserved. And I just wanted to draw a comparison. I'm actually in Bhutan at the moment as we speak. And this is a country of less than 1 million people, 700 or so thousand people. It's the most mountainous country on earth. It's the most forested country on earth. But they have taken a deliberate strategy. First of all, this country had a strategy of isolating itself because of India and China, these two giants on either side of them, and China annexing Tibet, and these kinds of things. They historically pursued an isolationist strategy, which of course is very different to Cayman, which is a highly open economy. They only got TV in this country here in Bhutan in 1999, 27 years ago, if you can believe that, right? But they did these things very specifically to protect and preserve their cultural identity and their traditions and their way of life and the Buddhist fundamental philosophy that underpins everything in this country. Now, their leadership, their monarchy, as well as their government, took these decisions and made this happen. Even their tourism sector, you have to pay a fee of right now it's $100 US a day. It used to be $250 towards their Sustainable Development Fund. And they've taken that strategy because they believe in high value, low volume tourism, where the tourists are, I guess, filtered based on how much they're willing to spend. I'm saying all of this to say that the erosion of cultural identity and traditions and values and even religion, like this country in Bhutan, is not a necessary consequence of population growth. Imagine a country sitting, one of the smallest countries on earth, sitting between India and China, and they are able to preserve their cultural identity. How and why? Because their authorities took a decision to do this, and for example, building codes reflect where the traditional architecture must be maintained. All new buildings must have this very ornate, beautiful, hand-painted windows, because they took a decision that their power was their culture, was their values, was their traditions, and their religion. So I disagree that this is a natural consequence of population growth, and further population growth will erode the Caymanian way of life. It happened because it was not managed properly.
Interesting.
Thank you. Thank you for that. It's just that Ms. Dukaran's report, and it spends a lot of time demonstrating that poor outcomes are largely the result of policy choices and incentives, rather than just immigration alone. I do feel that there was culture was hinted at her report, but that's why I asked that question. My second question for Ms. Dukran, and this is the last one I'll get off. Ms. Dukran, your report argues quite convincingly that government has powerful financial incentives to encourage population growth. As an economist, what institutional incentive would be strong enough to make a future government voluntarily choose slower GDP growth in exchange for preserving quality of life? How do you redesign the incentive structure so that politicians are rewarded for long-term stewardship rather than short-term expansion?
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
All right, that's a loaded one for sure.
It is. That's a big one. I'm hearing a beeping, so I'm not sure.
Sorry, that was someone else trying to call.
This is the million, billion, $1 trillion question that every country is trying to answer. How do you incentivize leaders, elected officials in particular, to think long term and not short term? And we have short termism, not just in the Caribbean, all over the world, where they're focused on getting the things done that will ensure their re-election in 5 years. So that electoral cycle really hamstrings the planning process. Now, that's not to say that there aren't countries that have managed to circumvent this or transcend this this hamstrung nature of the electoral process and the electoral cycle. Jamaica, I always talk about the epoch in Jamaica that held the government to account for delivering on its promises. I know that the chamber and the government agreed to do this government accountability scorecard. That's one way in which the intentions and the goals of the government, as outlined, for example, in the strategic policy statement, can be translated into deliverables and milestones that are executed upon, and the government is held accountable for executing on whatever these goals are. But I feel like the missing element there is the people being able to influence what the strategic policy statement looks like, and the people being able to say, look, we have a long-term vision for our country, and this is what it looks like. And I think it's important for that to happen, that kind of exercise to take place. And that's how you can get that kind of long-term vision of the people of Cayman for their country translated into goals and then into execution of those goals.
All right, we do have another caller on the line. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Morning, Sandra.
Morning, dear.
Morning to your guest. I hope it don't come across as combative. I'm more questions and then maybe even a bit in there. I'm always perplexed when many people. I like to listen to political shows and I follow geopolitics around the place, but nothing gets my goat more. And even as a former, albeit brief, president of the Chamber of Commerce many moons ago, when I hear people referencing other countries for comparables, even if it's a partial comparison. And in this particular case, in two particular cases, your guest just mentioned Bhutan, and I do apologize. I'm actually in between meetings right now, so I thought because it pricked me, I thought I'd just give a quick call. So I may have missed some stuff, but let me just say that I note with interest that, first of all, Bhutan has a history that probably has a 10x factor in terms of age, if not more. We are we're less than, we're some 500 years old as a island and its infrastructure, and really and truly, some would say maybe 100, 150 years old in terms of any real economy. And so when you compare it to places that has monarchies or dictatorships, we often get compared as well to the other Singapore, which is a benevolent dictatorship, despite the fact that they claim that they're democratic. I'm always perplexed with this because it ignores the fact that we have to deal with what we call democracy. And the famous thing by Winston Churchill, democracy is the worst form of government except for all others. So it just leaves me perplexed when we start comparing, governments and societies that are in no way are nowhere similar in that regard. And then, so I'd like to hear a comment back on that one.
Okay.
And let me close off by just asking a question. Is that I saw somewhere, I didn't get to take part in it, that your guest, I think, was holding some sort of survey online for Caymanians. And my question is, how does that actually reflect? How do we know that reflects the Caymanian participation versus the popular participation? I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, caller.
Okay, I'll deal with the second question first. We used a survey tool online that can restrict IPs from different countries. So in the first place, you shouldn't be able to be counted in the participants if your IP was registered in, let's say, the US or Canada or anywhere else. And secondly, we asked the question, are you resident in the Cayman Islands? What is your attachment or relationship with the Cayman Islands? Those questions were asked as well, so people can self-identify as resident or otherwise. And if you're not resident, then you would not have been able to complete the survey. It will end once you answer no to that question. So we did put things in there to limit the responses from people who are not resident on the Cayman Islands. With respect to the comparison, I note that yes, you really can't compare Bhutan to any other country on earth as far as I'm concerned, but I used it specifically to talk about preservation of cultural identity, to basically just say that this is possible. And I'm sure that Bhutan is not the only country where the preservation of cultural identity was prioritized by the authorities, democratic or otherwise. And then I referenced Jamaica, which is right next door, as to how they transcended this problem of the incentives that elected leaders can find themselves subjected to and not doing the right things, so to speak, or the best thing for the country in the long term. And there will never be two perfect comparisons. And I acknowledge the weakness in comparing Bhutan to Cayman, but I feel like it is still a valid example of how you can deliberately and intentionally preserve your cultural identity, your country's value system, religious and philosophical underpinnings, even in the face of modernization.
All right, folks, such an interesting discussion here this morning. Wow. Off to quite a start. Let me again remind you that we're encouraging you to go and participate in the survey. You can go to marladukran.com and you'll see it there, and you can just click on a button. Very, very easy questions. This person says, we don't blame foreign labor. We hold the leadership responsible. As Sandra mentioned, we have leadership that does not have the competence. We also hold the Caymanian community responsible for consistently choosing the same leadership that ignores local needs and focus instead on the need to encourage high net worth individuals and a multinational financial sector because it drives the jurisdiction's premier economy, but it also sparks complex socioeconomic divides. While the financial sector brings wealth, local wages have struggled to keep pace with the hyper-inflated cost of living. The Cayman Constitution establishes the nation as a God-fearing country based on traditional Christian values. That's a quote from the Constitution. Christianity, however, no longer dictates the literal rhythm of Cayman's theology. I agree with Dr. Lokloy. Democracy has never worked because it presupposes all folks are literate and have competing discussions, where an agreed position is arrived at. I don't actually think that's what democracy is. Democracy is you vote these individuals in and hope that they make the best decisions on your behalf. You actually give them the power That's what democracy is. You give them the power. It's not where you participate in every single decision-making process. But anyway, we might be splitting hairs, but in my opinion, that's what democracy is really all about. Although some people, I guess, maybe think they should have a referendum on every little question, but that's not really how it works. So some very complex, as you can see, elements to this, Marla, and what people think. What are your thoughts so far on where this discussion is going? These are Caymanians that are sharing these opinions.
Yes, and of course, the way people feel is very valid, right? I'm not here to invalidate how people are feeling, but I'm just saying that a lot of what they're feeling is it's not a necessary consequence. It could have been managed better. But I wanted to also share some other perspectives that I outlined in the report, just for people to, because I'm not picking sides here. Of course, I don't have any horse in this race, but I tried to give a very balanced view and, of course, data-driven view. But I just wanted to address a few perspectives. One is that rapid change of any kind is uncomfortable.
Yes.
And we are going through a global period of rapid change. And so we are feeling discomfort that we try to identify what is the source of that discomfort. And maybe we misplace what the source of that discomfort is. Sometimes. I'm just saying we're human, right? We're human. And sometimes the person in front of us is the messenger gets blamed all the time, right? When it's really the message that's uncomfortable. The other thing is that, yes, population growth has contributed to higher living costs, which I outlined in the report. But there are other drivers of higher living costs that has nothing to do with population. Things like energy prices globally, right? Things like the domestic monetary policy, which, by the way, you import your monetary policy from the US. So when interest rates go up in the US, your interest rates go up in Cayman, when it may not necessarily be the best thing in terms of economic management. And that will drive costs up if interest rates go up. And that has nothing to do with policy, with population growth. The other thing that is driving up the cost of living, and I mentioned this in the report, is that the government spends a lot of money in the economy. The government is the largest employer, the largest single economic actor, and has a massive and growing budget such that the government of the Cayman Islands spends on a per capita basis the same amount that the government of Singapore spends. This is huge because, almost all housing in Singapore is government built, and their transportation system is largely public. So this government spending itself drives costs up, right? Furthermore, there is a regressive taxation framework in Cayman where it's mostly indirect taxes and it's highly regressive. These are factors that have nothing to do with population size, that are driving the cost of living up. The other thing is that, and somebody mentioned this, the issue of wages, right? And the thing is, the fact that wages have not kept pace with the cost of living is not a population growth issue, right? That's not caused by population growth. Caymanians, when I look at the wage data from ESO, Caymanians dominate the middle to low wage jobs, right? And 75% of employed Caymanians earn 7,200 Cayman dollars per month or less. 75% of Caymanians who are employed earn 7,200 Cayman dollars a month or less, according to the data. Is that a direct consequence of population growth? I think not, because the skills that are needed have to be imported if it cannot be met by local skilled workers. So why haven't those skills been met by Caymanian workers? Well, I made the point that we have an issue with our education outcomes. There, and I am quoting here from a previous report, there is simply a shortage of appropriate skilled Caymanians to fill high-skilled, higher-wage posts. And this is partly because 27% of students in government primary schools and 37.5% at government secondary schools are achieving expected standards in their education, which is quite low. And it's at odds with a country of Cayman's GDP per capita. This is not a consequence of population growth. These poor outcomes in education is a result of education policy. Again, the authorities not managing this properly. It's also a result of poor parenting as well.
Say that last part for everybody in the back of the class about poor parenting.
Yes, the poor education outcomes being demonstrated in Caymanian schools, government schools, is not a result of population growth. It is a result of the administration not managing this properly, but it's also a result of poor parenting.
Caller.
And I put this in my report.
Yes. Good morning, caller. Brief question or comment. We're going to be transitioning now to our second guest here shortly.
Well, yeah, this is not a brief subject matter. Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, Ms. Duker.
Morning, Dan.
Nice to have you on the radio, online. I just want to clarify something real quick for you there, Sandra, as it pertains to democracy. And yes, it is true that what we have is a representative democracy. We have in no way, shape, or form a direct democracy. And moreover, I heard a gentleman speak to before that we don't have a monarch. We absolutely do have a monarchy who owns and controls much factors of the very consequential parameters of the governing of the Cayman Islands. To not take that fact into account for every single part of Cayman's life and reality is to not be willing to look at those realities. And as it pertains to Mr. Lookloy, I would just like to reiterate to Mr. Lookloy, Mr. Winston Churchill's very famous quote, many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all-wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. And I wish that Mr. Lookloy and anybody else who is leaning towards the socialist or the communist model as anything to pursue, look closely at the results of what those systems have given countries in our region and have resulted in people from those countries getting on little tiny boats to travel across the Caribbean Sea to come to a place such as Cayman and any other country other than a communist or a socialist country. Now, as it pertains to Ms.
Now, I'm pretty sure he didn't say anything about any other method being any better or worse. He just said that democracy doesn't work. So let's not put words in his mouth.
Okay, fair and good. Ms. Dukaran, I hear a lot of what you're saying, and I think there is, to a degree, there's a level of translation from the statistics where you will find many folks here in Cayman of direct Cayman lineage would disagree with some of your suppositions, even though you speak from valid and accurate statistics. We speak of the education system in Cayman having failed with the amount of children leaving illiterate, illiterate. Yes, this is true. However, you also have to look at the reality that with the increase in the population of the Cayman Islands, what we have seen is a very insularized community that has been made up, wherein they become cabals, where whether it be as an employee or as a business owner, we have seen it time and time again. You can speak to any young professional or somebody who has gone to school within basically any industry here in Cayman, law, finance, so on and so forth, and you will if you listen, you will hear them telling you time and time again that they are shut out in one way or another from gaining a foothold within what is supposed to be, but in actual reality is not their own economy of their own country. And any statement, ma'am, which seeks to, or even consequentially dissolves that or ignores or disregards that reality which Cayman people have had to endure in a country where, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember reading that we have seen our population grow by ratio more than any other country in such a short period of time in the history of this world. And that reality cannot be taken out of the overall context that we live in here in Cayman as Caymanians. Mm-hmm. And you are right, ma'am, that we here in the Cayman Islands should not fall down the trap of blaming the expatriate worker. No, but we do have a system which does not work for us because we have brought in a lot of folks into Cayman in the absence of, and yes, you are right, it's from poor planning. But I would go further, ma'am. I would say it is not poor planning. It is the purposeful ignoring of God-given foresight for those necessities, infrastructurally, sociologically, so on and so forth, all in the name of greed. And the connection between the financial industry and the burgeoning civil service and the what I see as a purposeful implementation of a welfare state here in the Cayman Islands, not only for generationally genuine Caymaners, as you guys, depending on what way you think about this, but also for people who have come here from other places. This is not a question of hatred for the expatriate. This is a question of being a patriot and a Caymanian in one's own homeland and seeking to protect the well-being of one's homeland, and fellow countrymen and women and as of yet unborn children, which will come. We have to be realistic about this all across the board, ma'am, but we have to be genuinely objective about all factors. The economic model of the Cayman Islands is a very finite one. And what we regard as a pillar of our economy is really not something to put all of our faith in, because it can go, it is fickle, and it is also part and parcel of an overarching monarchical power who is, by dictate of construct of contract which we have with said mother country, set out to look out for their own well-being above and beyond the well-being and the interests of the Cayman Islands and her people, to the exclusion of any and all others. And that reality, ma'am, is the core root cause of a lot of our issues here in the Cayman Islands. And Caymanians need to understand this reality, accept it, recognize it, acknowledge it, and only then will we be able to really move forward and find a better path for the Cayman Islands.
All right, leave me there, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. All right, folks, we are going to have to wrap up this segment because we do have another caller. Another guest coming on the program. I'm well aware that you guys are engaged because I see 400 and almost 70 people on the live stream. Miss Brenda says to give Jonathan a kaboom. Dominique says, well done. Lisa Pendergast in the house this morning says, but we keep putting the same bunch of people every election and they don't care. They have orders to build our country for others, not people. Some want to 8, 10 years, 20 years in power. So, and then that's a little bit gibberish. Okay. One other comment here says, let's look at Bermuda and their strict work permit and immigration laws. Their economy is currently suffering, and they're looking to become full CARICOM members in the hopes that this will increase population and stimulate the economy. The people had a vision. It's called Vision 2008. Nearly 20 years since it's expired, we have not embarked on a similar public consultation since. This government has promised a development plan, and I suppose we are certainly all waiting to see if that will be delivered. One quick note, I often do a little fact checking here of the comments, and my handy, Marla, you're going to love this, my handy AI assistant, we call her Samantha in the mornings. She has shared that, yes, Bermuda's government has acknowledged that population decline and an aging workforce are hurting economic performance, and it has been pursuing immigration reform to retain workers and attract residents. This is so interesting because Bermuda has traditionally, as the listener to the program said, had a very restrictive policy of belongers, and or was that Bahamas? Who used the term belongers and I think that's TCI.
BVI, yeah.
And Turks,
TCI.
I think, does similar language. But anyway, the government has launched consultation and full CARICOM membership, and that's also correct. So it does go on to say that it's not accurate to say that Bermuda is definitely looking to become a full CARICOM member in hopes that it will increase population, unless that's based on some sort of, you attribute that to interpretation. So no official materials have actually said that. All right. So what a wonderful kickoff to this conversation. I do want to remind people, please participate in Ms. Marla's survey. You can find it on the website. Let me just show you how nice and easy it is to find it. She did share the direct link as well. So you simply go to marladukran.com. She has a very useful website. You can actually also sign up and register for her latest analysis, and she sends those out monthly. She does these monthly reports. But if you go here and then you click on Insights, the Insights tab at the very top, it will then take you to the last few reports that she has here. So for example, of course, the Cayman one from June, population progress and the people of the Cayman Islands is right there at the top under special reports. And then she's got the usual monthly reports where she looks at the Caribbean economy from month to month. So check these out, folks. You can find her information on the website, lots of interesting reading material. And then once you go into this report, you will see the survey link. Take the 2-minute survey right there under the summary about the report. And then if you scroll over to the right, download the PDF or start reading are your two options to access the report. So definitely check it out, folks. Lots of information about Cayman, what the data is actually showing. So, Ms. Marla, thank you so much for joining us today. We had, I think, a very wonderful discussion. There was so much deeper that we could obviously go into this report. We've just touched the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg here today. But of course, we know that you'll be back on soon enough, and we can start to dig into this. So tell us, what will you be doing with your survey results? By the way, someone did make a note here that I completed the survey, but I wish it had an option that said generational Caymanian, since we have such a high percentage of new Caymanians. I'm sure you understand what that means, but from the perspective of your survey, would that have made a difference to what you're trying to, the information that you're trying to obtain?
I had put an option there for somebody born in the Cayman Islands.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I don't think we use that terminology, generational, but I appreciate the feedback.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say thank you to you and to your audience. I really appreciate the support and that you've shared the information and you brought me on here to have this discussion. I'm very, very grateful. I will share the survey results. We're hoping to close up this survey on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So that will give it about 2 weeks in total of being run, about 2 weeks. And we will download the data and analyze it and put it out in the coming weeks or months. I'm hoping by the early September to have that done. because I have a few other things to sort out. But I really, really appreciate, I can't thank you enough, Sandra, and also your listeners. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Miss Marla. So again, a big shout out to Marla Dukaran. Always such a breath of fresh air to have her on the program. And we thank her for joining us, for putting in the work to actually follow the money, follow the numbers, and lay it out so plainly for us. And this is exactly the kind of independent on the ground analysis that Cayman needs more of, to be quite frank and honest. We're often talking here on the show about data-driven decisions, and this is what it's all about, right? We need to understand what the data says and what it shows, and where necessary, hear from the people themselves. So please go and participate in this survey. To anyone who's listening, Marla did not write this report and hand it to you as a conclusion. She handed you a question. So go and answer and participate in the survey. It's anonymous. It literally takes 2 minutes, 10 questions, no names taken. You can also scan the QR code when you go on the website on the report, or head directly to the Survey Monkey link and, again, participate. Someone was asking about participation if you're overseas and if there's any geo-blocking. I'm not aware of that. So if you are Caymanian overseas, to the best of my knowledge, you should not have an issue being able to vote. All right, so we're now going to move on here, folks, into a slightly different discussion. And I do want to, before we start this discussion, I do want to take the time to put the proper parameters in place. So first of all, this is not a conversation for children. This is a bit of an adult conversation. So parents, hopefully you guys are monitoring what your children do on social media. And if you have children who are listening this morning, I would encourage you to have them leave the room or turn it off completely, because this really, really is an adult conversation. It is an allegation. The other thing that I want to say, it is an allegation. We're not making any conclusions here about what happened. We're going to hear from a young lady who is saying that she had an incident of it amounts to a form of sexual assault, and she has reported it. I want you guys to please be respectful in the comment section. If you have anything to say, if you have questions, just please answer the questions, or ask the questions, my apologies, in a respectful manner. No name calling. And for this particular segment, I'm going to not take any phone calls, at least until after 9:30. I appreciate that some of you may have direct questions for her, and that's fine, but we're not going to open that up until probably around 9:30. We're going to give her an opportunity to share what she says actually transpired, and then we're going to take it from there, okay? So let me just make sure that we have the right person here. Okay. All right, so we've got the right person here in the live stream. All right, so thank you guys so much. Lots of positive feedbacks from our first segment. And again, I just want to make sure that we put correct parameters given the nature of what we're discussing here in the second one. So someone keeps jumping on, and I don't know who that person is. So unless we were expecting you, we're not going to bring you on the show. So I don't know who that is that has just jumped on, but perhaps if you can DM me and identify yourself. Otherwise, we're going to be blocking you, because I don't know why you're jumping onto the live stream, unless you were invited to do so. All right, so you just jumped on again, whoever you are, Miguel. I don't know who Miguel is, but you perhaps need to identify yourself, because we're not going to just pull up some random person on the screen who we don't know who you are. So I'm going to say it one more time. Whoever this MA is now, you need to identify yourself. There's a private chat there. You need to say who you are and why you're in the back of the screen, or back of the show, or you will be removed from the show. Capiche? Okay. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? And the other thing that we're going to do this morning is I'm purposely not calling any names. So let me try to set the background here of what we know and what is going on, right? This lady here has said that she has had an incident at the court office where a member of the court staff took out his private parts, and I want to be careful, what words we use, but actually took out his private parts and put it in her face, insinuating that she should do something with it. And so we need to understand how she was in this position, where at the court's office this allegedly happened. And, there's just so many questions here. This is such a wild accusation. So first of all, to our guests, good morning. How are you?
Hello, good morning, Miss Sandra. How are you doing? I'm doing, as you can imagine, I'm not well. Trying to hold on. I'm trying to just go slowly, but I'm not well.
Okay. Obviously, it's a very serious allegation, and we're not here to take sides one way or the other. We do want you to tell us in your own words kind of what transpired. So we're going to be asking questions around this because the allegation is shocking. I mean, it's shocking, right? It's not that it's hard to believe because, even me myself have found myself in situations with police officers, for example, by myself, which I think that should have never happened. We're going to get to that because that's more of a question about court policy and why the court even allowed for this allegation to exist. Because the big overarching question is, why were you ever alone as a female with a male member of the court staff? But just hold on a second. What is your business at the court's office? Why were you there?
Okay, so just to give first of all, good morning to all the audience as well. Just to give a pattern to explain and people understand how everything happened. So I've been for the last 2 years, I've been back and forth when it comes to the legal system. What do I mean with this? I've had 3 arrests back to back, in which all charges on the 3 of them were dropped. These are reports that people are doing against me. And for anything and everything, the RCIPS will choose to make an arrest on me without grounds, without evidence, without anything. Now I won the 3 of them. Here I come now, and my person seek and made a report with the RCIPS with something illegal that I had found in my premises where I resided a few years back, like a year back or so. Long story short, I made the report and I ended up getting charged for it. Why? Because I couldn't prove that whatever they found there wasn't mine. From there,
okay,
the judge
so let me just be very, very clear here.
Yes, ma'am.
You've had a couple of run-ins with the legal system,
right?
Where
3 times.
Where you've been arrested.
Yep. 3 times.
How many times have you been charged out of the 3 times that you've been arrested?
Those 3 times I won all 3 of them. I won them. They were all dropped at DPP. So I had to be in each arrest. It was 6 months bailed, and I had to fend for myself. The only first one, I seek the assistance of a lawyer that they granted me. On the other 2, I fought it myself. And all 3, once they reached the DPP, release letter, release letter, release letter.
So you have not been, let me just understand
Yes,
something.
ma'am.
You've not been charged with any offense yet?
With those 3, I was clear. Those were the ones that people did on me. Now, the time that I called the police, and now I'm the one making the report on something that I found, with everything said and done, and I'm not going to go through the whole history, what went down, but to summarize it, after I called the police and reported what I found that was illegal, illegal substance in a part of the premises where I was residing, it wasn't mine. I'm not calling out names. The whole investigation happened, and at the end, I end up getting charged for it.
So, and of course, what you're going to say next about why you're at the court office, we'll
Right.
know.
That's what's going to lead me to there.
Yeah. So we know logically that it has something to do with drugs, right?
Right.
So
right.
You made an allegation about drugs in your home.
Right.
the police ended up charging you and not the person that you alleged that the drugs
Right.
actually belonged to.
Right. Correct. So I got the charge. I lost the case in the grand court. Again, I think I'm gonna lay back on getting into why and where and what. I lost it.
Okay.
I could say firmly there was no forensics, there was no DNA. My urine test was good. That's why when DPP made the decision, they didn't put the charge as consumption. They just put the charge of possession. So once I get to grand court, the judge said to me, meanwhile that we have to wait for verdiction, you're gonna be doing testings Mondays and Fridays. And that's why I've been going back and forth to the court to do urine tests.
Okay. So
And that's how I got there.
As part of your conviction, you are now required to do routine and regular drug testing.
Yes, Mondays and Fridays.
Right. What else did they so there's no jail time?
No, there's no jail time.
Okay.
Because first of all, it wasn't sufficient to be considered attempt to selling or distributing. It was more the amount of consumption of a personal consumption. So
Okay.
how the judge look at it is, if I was having problems with it, is a way to help me. So that would be basically like my punishment. But right now, what I've been testing for is because I'm waiting for the verdiction, which is the 12th of August, and which is what the judge said. Do the testings all the way till August.
Yeah, so you're in drug court basically, where they say every.
Not quite. That's what the judge wants to do when we get the 12th of August. Yes, to give me the option. This is what she hopes to do. That's why I went sit down with the probation officer and told her everything that has happened, so she can give her notes to the judge, and then the judge make the decision, which it would be like.
And
So
how often are you drug testing?
Mondays and Fridays.
Okay. All right. So you've been going since when?
This happened since like April.
Okay. All right. So you've been drug testing since April. Now walk us through the process, because there's a lot of us don't know anything about this.
So
how does it work when you get drug tested?
So how it works is pretty simple. The same rules, same outfit to go into the courts. You go in through their entrance. Then they takes you to a little room that is called testing room. Once you get there, there's like 3 or 4 chairs. They can see you from inside that you're outside. Then you ring the bell to the door, and they allows you in. There's a male for a male testing and female for female testing. The male is the one who is logging everything in. When I get there, he rings the female and calls the lady and say, okay, I have a female that I need you to test. And that's how now they let you in. You goes in. You can't take any personal items into the bathroom. The female stands right in front of you, watch you put down your pants or whatever you're wearing, and ensure you're clear, give you a cup, and you have to be right in front of her. Then she takes it. She has on gloves. She takes it.
And is this
looks
like
at it.
Is this in a bathroom where
Yes,
you're doing this?
in a bathroom.
Okay.
So the little office testing room has a bathroom.
I see. Okay.
Right. So once she gets it and looks at it, she gets second eyes, which is the male, and then he writes it down in a notebook saying, okay, Miss Jones did came, or so forth. If it come out positive, then you would be sent straight to jail.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you've been testing since April.
Yes.
And has anything happened between April and last week? We'll get to the incident where you say this particular thing happened, but before then,
yes.
Is it always the same 2 people that you're dealing with every single time?
No, ma'am. There's 2 ladies I personally have had the cups given to me by. Okay. 2 ladies. And another incident. This is the reason. This is why I want to explain here. This is the reason I am taking this opportunity to share my situation. You know why? Because where I found that where I went wrong, I'll be honest, and this is why I am actually sharing my situation, is because it's to call in is sexual harassment awareness to every person that is testing or in any situation that they found themselves the very first time assaulted sexually. Do your complaint. do your complaint. Don't touch your heart thinking that the person can lose their job and so forth. Do your complaint, because if you don't do it, what's gonna happen is what happened to me. Me touching myself the first time, my heart not to don't make these two people lose their job, because it's the second time that happened to me, the sexual harassment, which this is what the guy went further fully to do to me. But the first time it was between him and the female that I felt sexually harassed verbally.
Okay, and tell us when did that happen allegedly?
This happened like a month ago or so. And
Okay.
I immediately called the law firm that is representing me. I advised and logged in everything that had occurred, the date and everything, the facts. Asked my lawyer and I say, what should I do? So my lawyer say, well, you can file a formal complaint if this happen. I think what will happen is, well, they might lose their jobs. So I was like,
all right, tell us what happened
okay.
before we get into
Right. So
what your
that
lawyer.
first
So tell us what
incident,
happened.
that
Yes.
first incident. So let's make this clear. I've been assaulted twice in the Grand Court. Let's start with that. Twice.
When you say assaulted in the Grand Court, what do you mean by that?
Sexually harassed. Sexually harassed.
Harassed. And what
Yes,
exactly? Tell us what you mean by harassment.
Okay, right now.
Someone making a comment to you.
Yes,
Someone
ma'am.
looking at you a particular way. Did they touch you physically?
I will explain now. So the first time, as I said, I run down everything I had to do. So let's go to the part. I went in the bathroom. I give the cup to the lady. And then once I'm still in the bathroom, the mail, which is by the computer, which is the same mail that happened yesterday with, he start making these comments, telling her
Now,
how.
so hold on. When you said yesterday with, this actually happened on Friday, not yesterday.
Yes, my apologies there.
Okay.
So this is the same male who the first incident happened with.
Okay.
So when I'm still in the bathroom cleaning up, the female that already gave him the cup, the male start making comments to her about this is the times how he hate his job, how she's so lucky to be able to be seeing all the good stuff. And she starts laughing about it. I'm listening to all of this. And then the conversation went between them like who would do a better job. Who would be doing who would do a better job sexually than me. Like they start talking. That's how they start exchanging the conversation, laughing between them there.
Okay, so you give them the P cup,
right?
And then all of a sudden he says that
he
doesn't
starts
like this
communicating
part
to
of
the
his
girl.
job.
Yeah, this is the time he hates his job
And
because
this conversation is taking place
with
fully,
him and
you
the
say, in
female.
front of you.
Yes, while I'm in the bathroom, and of course, he's in the desk in his desk. She's standing there, and I'm listening to everything. And I even said in the bathroom, guys, like I'm really here, you know. I come out and they're like, something about the guy start telling her, look at that, look at that, and like pointing at my legs and stuff, right? And he's like, you guys to see all of this nice stuff. He like, come now, show me what you got under there. Show us something now. And I'm like, what? It wasn't enough. They pulled the two chairs, drag them to the wall, and literally sat down like an audience, expecting for me to show them part of me. And I'm looking at them like baffled, like, what the hell? I'm like, guys, I need to get going. There, no man, seriously, show us what you got down there. This is the male and the female. And I say, I have to go. Can Anna buzz me out? Because they have to like make you come out. They have to let you out. I say, can Anna just buzz me out, please? I need to leave. But I'm just shaking my head. So of course, once I get to my car and I'm driving, I'm like, but wait a minute, what just went on here? And then it hit me, and I said, you know something? Make me call the law firm. I pick up the phone, call the law firm, let them know. And they're like, wow, really? But this is unacceptable, and so forth. And that's how I ask them, so what should I do? They say, well, your option is to file a legal complaint because this is a sexual harassment verbally done to your person. This is a disrespect to your person, to your rights. This is an unethical behavior that went on. I said, so what will happen? Well, at best, they will lose their jobs. I said, but I mean, not like I want them lose their jobs. So I said to them, listen, just for now, just record it, log it in, please. That this and this happened at this time. The lady said, okay, I will do. Weeks pass, and now what happened before yesterday was now it was out of character. Like it went much further.
All right. So this first incident where you say they kind of made this proposition of
Right.
wanting you to, I don't know, perform in front of them or whatever.
Show them my part
some-
under my dress. They say, show me what you got under your dress. Show us that.
When allegedly did this happen?
This I will not put a direct date because I don't remember the top of my head, but about a
Okay.
month or so. But do not hold me for that because I
Okay.
don't quite remember the date, but it was like a month or so ago.
Now, someone said that you are drug tested 3 times a week, not twice a week. Which one is it?
Right now, they just changed it to 3 times. But all
When
before,
did they change it to 3
this
times?
was like couple weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago. But all it is before the incident, before the first incident, it was just twice a week.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So that incident happened. You said that you contacted your lawyer right away. And you spoke to your lawyer about it, and you decided at that point you weren't going to pursue it.
I wasn't going to pursue it because I felt for them that they will lose their jobs.
Okay.
I even spoke to my boss about it, and he said, well, you know, just be careful, Cindy. The words he said is be careful. Anytime you go in, try to go with your phone recording. But when you don't walk with malice, you just are. I wasn't doing that. I should have. But God is good. The person, as you can see, send texts acknowledging everything.
All right,
Yeah.
we're gonna get to those here in a second.
Right.
And I do have those. So you spoke to your attorney. They basically said you know, this is something that they could lose their jobs over.
Right.
You're saying that you didn't necessarily want them to lose their job.
Right.
So you kind of just left it alone.
I brushed it off and left it alone, and you know, just try to be less nice with them, less because I'm a people's person.
I mean, did your lawyer say to you, aside from them losing their job, that this is actually a criminal offense?
Yeah, I was told. They ran me through it, and but I had to do the first step, which is do a formal complaint. But I literally I didn't want them to lose their jobs, so that's why I didn't do it the first time.
Okay. And we do have some questions coming in from the listeners, which we will go through here in a second. All right. So you say that that's the first time you spoke to your lawyer. Now tell me, you went to court, it happened. Did you right away call your lawyer? Did you go straight to the lawyer's office? What amount of time?
As I came off, as I got in my car, started driving, I made that call. Yes.
Okay.
And logged it in.
All
I
right,
reported it immediately to my lawyers.
Presumably, you know, your lawyer can actually verify that if need be. He can.
Absolutely, everything is I called and everything is logged in.
Yeah. All right. So before we get to the next incident, I will say to you, and again, you know, I'm not calling your name. And I'm not calling the person that you're saying did this, the persons. I'm not calling their name either. But there is a question, and people have been messaging and saying and referring to you as someone who's a cokehead, that you use cocaine, use drugs. How do you, and that the reason why your drug testing was increased from 2 times a week to 3 times a week, because you would have tested positive at some point. How do you respond to people saying that you use drugs?
I've had my struggles. I'm not gonna lie. I've had my struggles. That's something that I am not ashamed to say. I've had my struggles. I went through a lot from a child, and from very, very early age. I was exposed to something that I wasn't supposed to be exposed to. And I've had my struggles, and I've had my times that I have touched bottom due to all the things that life has thrown to me.
Okay. So you admit that although you called the police initially on somebody else in your household about drugs, that it would be a fair comment to say that you actually do use drugs. So you're being drug tested for a valid reason.
I wasn't using it then.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you?
That's why
have
it was
you?
that's why it was negative, and they didn't charge me with consumption. Remember, I said that.
Yeah.
They didn't charge
Have
me with
you
consumption.
during this period now that you're being tested? Have you ever had a positive test result?
I've had a positive. I've had
Okay.
it once, and
And is that why they
twice.
increased you then to
Right.
to 3
Yes,
times?
and twice their urine test cup has come out positive when in fact it's negative. If I didn't did a scandal in it, if I didn't went on my knees to beg basically to retest me because I know I am clean, I would have again come out positive when in fact it was negative. 2 occasions in the court. Their urine cups came out positive and they were negative. They retested me and I'm good.
Okay. I mean, that's a little bit confusing. I mean, I don't want to get too deep into how that even happens, but when you say you're good, so you're saying that they retested
I was clean.
and they gave you
they used the same.
so
They
saying it was
used
a
the same
false
urine,
positive?
right? False positive twice, right?
Okay. All right. So let's move on then. Last week, then you say that this situation. So what was the after you had this incident a month ago, right?
About so a month or so, yes.
Yeah, roughly a month ago, with the 2 people telling you to show them what's under your skirt. What did you say anything to them after they said this to you? I mean, were you like WP?
I didn't have the opportunity to see the female again. She did from that time. I haven't encountered her again.
So you haven't seen her again, but
no, because another female that does it, not normally.
Okay.
But the male, yes, I've seen him many times. But I was more embarrassed to even address it. I shouldn't have to be the one addressing a government employee that is in the grand court. Hey, please don't sexually or make these sexual comments around me. Like,
yeah. Okay. All right. So let's move on to Friday. So Friday, you go there to do your 3 times a week. This is, probably the last day of the week that you go there to do your drug testing. You show up. Walk us through then what actually transpired.
Okay. So what transpired is I got there. I wasn't having the best day. I was pretty down that morning. So when I got this, I buzzed the bell and I saw me. He says, Miss Jones, come in. I went in. Once going in, the first thing I noticed is he didn't immediately pick up the phone and call the female. So he's like, "So how you doing today? You looking pretty, man." And well, I'm not really doing too good. He's like, "Talk to me. What happened?" So I kind of started telling him, just the whole concept of everything that's happening, this whole case, this whole testing. I mean, it's just mind draining, energy consume. It's like once I add everything that has happened to me within this whole period, the constant victimization that I've been placed on. It's just so much. Sometimes I can't take it. So he's like, this is what baffled me the most, because I am genuinely, he asked me how I was, and I genuinely, because he seemed that he cared, I genuinely start opening up with him. And he starts supposedly giving me advices like, listen, I can see you're smart. I can see you have potential. I've been watching you on TikTok. Like, wow, you really got a lot going on. I see you learning your Italian language right now. I see you're a beast working out. I mean, I know you've done mistakes and stuff, Cindy, but don't make that.
This is someone who has admitted to following you on TikTok and watching what you post.
Right, watching and knowing about my life. Correct. So he's been watching me. Yeah. So he's like, look, and this is where now, after talking, he's advising me. He's like, you're so smart. You should consider just becoming your own boss, because, I mean, look at my wife. And then he starts talking to me about his wife, and he starts saying, look at this. See, she start with small baking. Now she's doing very good. That's what I'm talking about. Try to do your own little business. So I'm like, oh, really? That's your wife? Nice cakes. Wow. I say, you know something? if anything, you can take my number and send me her link like that. I can give her the job of my daughter's birthday coming up right now because she could be 16. I can give her the job to do the cake for me. He said, okay, good stuff. Okay, let's do that. He took my number. I didn't took his. At that point, I'm like, listen, I kind of need to go, I mean, but I need to go and use the bathroom. I can't hold this pin no more. But he's like, okay. He pick up the phone, ring. I hear when he tell the female, listen, we have a female here for testing. Now, I left him with the phone, go to the bathroom. By the time I stand by the toilet to put down my pants, and I look up now, he's right in front by the door. Right in front by the door.
Okay, so this is a regular bathroom stall that you go into, and there's a door that you would normally close.
No, you can't close that door. No.
Oh, you can't close the door.
I was told you can't close it because you don't want to hide things or anything there. So you can't close that door. But he's on the other side. Like he's where he will not always be when a female is doing her needs there.
So he walked into an area you're alleging, and you're saying he walked into an area where normally the female would be watching you pee in your cup.
Correct. So he went straight by the door. By the time I look up, he's straight by the door. So at this point, I sat down quickly in the toilet and put down like my shirt because I had on a long shirt, like a whole polo shirt, a man shirt with long pants. Like I wasn't dressed up or nothing. Like I said, I wasn't having the best day. I just wanted to go and do my commitment and get that over with. Now, I put down the shirt, pull it down to cover my part while sitting on the toilet, and then he like, show me what you got down there now. And I looked up and like, wait, what? Show me what you got down there. Oh, let me add this. In the conversation before I went to the bathroom, he made the question, but tell me something, you're not good today, right? Like saying I'm maybe positive. That I'm not coming in clean. He said, you're not good today, right? I'm like, yeah, I should. And I left it at that. I mean, it caught me off guard that the way he asked me, you're not good today, right? So then this is when I go to the bathroom.
Let me ask you a question here. Have you ever had him ask you that question before? Even the female asked you that question before?
Not like that. Never.
I don't know why they'd be asking you, because they just take the drug test and the results are what they are, right?
Never. And remember, at this point, the female supposed to be there, Never he had asked me that before, but he said it with a statement. You're not good, right? And I'm like, yes, I should be good. And I, went to the bathroom, like I said. The man stand by the door and asked me now from the door to show him what I got underneath here while I'm peeing in the toilet, while I'm sitting in the toilet. I couldn't even pee. I was frozen when the man is standing right there. Then he touches his part. He puts his hand at top of his pants and says, look how you got me. Put down the zipper, take out his genital, walk to the toilet when I'm sitting in the toilet, put it in my face and say, suck it now. And I just lay back, push my head backwards, and I'm like, can you please move that? You don't want to suck it? He said, I said, no, I don't. You sure? I said, no, I don't. He pointed it at my face. So when I said twice now, no, he said, okay then, and put it back in and then come out. As he come out, it was like nail point, because as he went into his side, the female enter through the back door, because it has like a front door and a back door.
All right, pause there for a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I want to make sure that we understand, because this is the core now of the allegation. Obviously, the court office is investigating it, and we're going to get to what happened afterwards. So your allegation is that when you went in the bathroom to sit down or squat or whatever, however you do it, to start to do your pee. But why would you start to squat before the female got there? Well, shouldn't you be waiting?
I couldn't hold it no more, because he went into this whole conversation asking me enough questions, and I had already to hold the pee for quite a while to be sure to have enough pee for the urine cup. So I couldn't hold it no more, and that's why I said I can't hold it no more. I need to go and pee.
All right.
Right.
So you go in there then, and he walks in. And I mean, this is where the story, like, people are gonna have questions. Like, didn't he know the female officers on her way?
He just called. He knew.
Yeah. So why would he be taking out his penis basically
I
and
don't
putting it in
know.
your face
Only
when
him
this
know.
female officer is coming?
Only him know what's the distance from her office to the testing room. That's all I can tell you. Other than that, I cannot answer that. That's something that I don't have an answer for.
All right. So you, he made some conversation with you before you say then unzipping himself and putting his privates in your face. How close are we talking about here? I mean,
In
is
front,
it like
where my feet will end, where my feet will touch the floor, right? One step.
So close enough?
Right.
Wow. Okay.
So all I'm thinking is he thought perhaps I wasn't clean and I would do a sexual favor to him. And I would think that by doing that, he might pass me. I don't know. I can't answer. Only him can answer why he did it. But that's how I felt.
All right.
One of the feelings I felt.
All right. So that happened.
The lady came. I'm still in the toilet. I'm in shock now. And I did when he was. I couldn't even pee by time he did this. So by time she come now, I released the pee into the cup. Got up, handed it to her. She looked at it, clean. I washed my hands, come out. I can barely walk. I'm just frozen. I'm just walking out. And I said, "Can I leave?" And I'm just staring at him. And she looking at me. I'm staring at him. And they buzz me out. I open the door, come out. I mean, I could have barely moved. Let me tell you exactly why it hit me greater. Because at the age of 17, why you think I left Rotan? I haven't been back to Rotan for the last 14 years. I'm from the Bay Islands, Honduras, Rotan. Why I haven't been back 14 years to Rotan? Because at the age of 17, I was placed a gun in my head and I was raped by 3 people. Those 3 people did time in jail over there. They did jail time. And that's why I ran away from Rotan in fear of one of them, because one of them, their family was really bad. And that's why I took the opportunity and come Cayman. And since then, I haven't been back to Rotan. So when this man did this to me, there's nothing, no words that I can explain to you how I felt. It flashed back me to that fear I felt that day, that thought I was gonna lose my life. So me, when I say I couldn't even walk, I could barely walk out of the court. This is something that nobody can understand unless they went through what I went through. I walk out, the securities are looking at me, and they're like, I think one of them said, "Are you okay?" I couldn't hear, I couldn't think, I was just frozen. I come out, I stand right by the doors in shock, just looking at the road, turn around, went back again to the court by the security that scans the little security thing that you got past. They're right there in one desk. I look at the security guy, look at him, and he's like, "You okay?" I say, "Tell me something. Is it normal that when you go and get tested, somebody can ask you to perform oral sex to them?" And he's like, "Wait, what?" And I turn around and laugh.
You said this
To the security, yes.
at the court office
Yes.
before you had properly left the premise?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say anything to the female?
Nothing. Nothing to no one. Nothing. Just to that security officer.
Okay. So within minutes you of this incident happening, you
Within
said this to the
minutes,
security officer.
he called me.
No. Hold on.
Sorry,
I mean,
sorry.
to the security officer, you're saying that you made that comment, and then what did you do after you said that to the security officer? What happened next?
I left the court. I went into my car and I received a call, and it was him calling to say he wanted to apologize about what happened, and I hang up right away.
And we do have screenshots here.
Right.
So this screenshot you took on Friday,
Mm-hmm.
and it shows you that he actually called at 11:28 in the morning, and then so it says this message was, well, it says message was deleted. So that doesn't show phone call, but that showed messages. So you're saying that he actually called you
Direct. He
prior
called me
to
direct.
that. He called you to direct, not on WhatsApp.
Direct, and then WhatsApp. He started texting.
Right. And then he started texting you, and he's since deleted those messages. Now, someone is saying, Tiffany says, how did he get your number? Tiffany, if you were listening earlier, she actually explained that he was actually given her number in relation to his wife making some
pastries, bacon, and
for her daughter's upcoming birthday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it does say here that he is a contact. So you said that he had your number, but you didn't have his.
Remember, he called me first. So direct, remember? So that's why I immediately saved it on my phone. Because I knew it would come, the WhatsApps.
Okay. All right. So then he starts to have these conversations with you. You say that the police will be called. He responds, why? He says something else, which he deleted. And he says, please don't do that. I already apologized. So when did he apologize?
That's
those
on
first
top.
messages that he deleted.
Yeah. But you can see more. He continues saying he's sorry. He don't want to lose his job. Yes.
So you say, you brought your dick on my face. Who do you think I am? When I give you a sign to act like this, and he says, I'm sorry. So we don't see him denying at least that part of it. He does say, I'm sorry. And he goes on again to say, I don't want to lose my job. My kids depends on me. And you repeat and you say, you pull we're after hours. So of course I can now read these fully, but you pull your dick out and bring to my face. And to that, he says, because when you say, when I give you a sign to do this, he replies directly to that and says, I'm sorry, please don't, I'm sorry. So we don't really see him denying it. Oh, sorry, wrong message. We don't see him denying it in any way, but we see him saying that he's sorry. Now, listen, there's people who obviously have his side of this, and they are listening to this, and they're saying that you're lying, and they say that you asked this man for money. So let's talk about where this conversation about asking him, or this allegation about asking him for money, people are saying that you were trying to
simple as that. Prove it.
That you were trying to blackmail him.
Prove it then.
How were you blackmailing him?
All I'm gonna say to that is let him prove it. I have no more to say on that. Let him prove it that happened. Simple as that. One thing with me, I works and I walks with facts. I don't come with the hearsay or he say, she say. If I will address something and if I will expose something, it will always be black and white. And those who know me knows I'm not joking. I'm not lying. I will always come in with facts. Nothing with, well, I don't know, I can't prove it. If he has his side of the story, I respect it. It will be natural that he would want to defend himself. However, there is clear evidence where this man is acknowledging that he put his genital up in my face. He came to my personal space. Do you know what it felt to be sitting like in that toilet?
Oh, I think you're breaking up a little bit. Hello? Okay. So I can't hear you. I think it's breaking up. Can you hear us? All right, let's see if we can get this connection back. All right, this is a pretty wild story. So let's just see. Can you hear us? Hello? Hello, hello, hello? Okay, let's see if we can hello? Okay, so let's see. All right. Let me just see if we can get her to log back on. All right. This is a pretty wild story, and I do have obviously more questions. And yeah, what a mess. Okay. We'll see if we can get her back on. But we do, like I said, have text messages here where he's obviously apologizing. He's saying don't report him. So on the face of it, he does not deny. I mean, if somebody said, listen, if you're texting someone and someone said to you, you put your dick in my face and you didn't actually do it, you would not be saying, oh, I'm sorry, don't report me. You'd be saying, what? I didn't do that. We don't see that conversation here. So I think that is very, very interesting. But there, you're back again. So let me ask you this, because apparently you did a video around this. I guess this was on TikTok or something. And people are saying that in that video, you were giving them some sort of a deadline. You were talking about money and that they have a deadline. So they're asking, what did you mean by that?
Okay, so this is what happened. Yesterday, his wife called me. She called me, and asked me for a way out, how what they can do to assist, to end this. So when she called me,
but hold on. Before we get to yesterday, on Friday now, you said something to the security guard. Who else did you tell on Friday what happened? Did you call your lawyer again?
I went to the police station right away.
You went to the police station?
Of course.
Okay. All right. Tell us what happened. Tell us what happened at the police station then.
No, nothing happened. A report is logged, and
so you told the police what happened, is
right.
What I'm saying.
Yes, mom. Of course, I filed my. Yeah, of course. So back to the wife, if I may.
Yes. All right. So hold on. You did the report. When did the TikTok? Because somebody's saying you did a video
This
on
was Friday. Yes, Friday. I share out of grievance, out of desperation. I did my video because me saying what happened to me is not a crime, Miss Sandra. There's no crime on saying what happened to me. There's no crime. But listen, I do need to head out. I am completely grateful to you, Miss Sandra, that you have allowed me the opportunity to.
Okay, but hold on. Before you leave, I think you need to address this very important point.
Right, tell me.
That you are trying to blackmail him. So where do you think that allegation comes from? Because you said the wife called you.
The wife called me, and she'd start crying, telling me they got 2 kids. That to touch my heart. What can they do? So I said to her, listen, there can be 2 ways around this, because I've been there. I've been there, Miss Sandra, when I lost my job as a flight attendant, and I know what it feels to lose a job. I know what it feels that you got children depending on you. And she touched my heart. And when you try to be compassionate, it comes back and bite you. She touched my heart the way she crying, the child in the background. I can hear it's a small child. She said, yeah, she got 4-year-old and 2-year-old. Now, how I got to know all of this? That's what she told me now. I can't certify that's the ages of the children. But that's what she told me, that they had a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. She was doing her little thing with the cake and so forth. But he's the mean bread maker. So I said to her, listen, we can go 2 ways about it. Because the first way will be the man will lose his job. I'm sure pretty much y'all got a mortgage. So it will be bad. This is bad what he did. This is bad what he did. This is wrong what he did. I said, 2, we can just bury this. You put a compensation, something that compensate the denigration they did me. You either think about it, talk about it with him, and none of them call me and let me know.
So
I give you 1 hour to think about it and
you were
discuss it with
asking
him.
for, to be very clear, I understand that you were asking for a sum of $10,000 and then another sum of some $15,000.
Oh, that was just what we will call that. That was just asking the minimum to help him out because what I went through goes much doesn't even have a number. But I said to her, listen, put 10 grand because this what I went through wouldn't cover. There's no number to cover it. But I'm willing to help you guys. Everyone comes out winning, is buried, and what we gotta look out for is the little 2 kids. Because this is the important part right now. Is trying to find the safetiest way that greater losses don't go on those 2 children.
But why would you, I mean, the question is, why would you even do that if you already had made the police report on Friday?
No,
Because now it's.
I didn't have, listen, this was coming up, This was coming up. I was coming up when she called me.
What do you mean?
And I didn't have do the police report as yet.
But you said I'm confused because you said you went to the police on Friday right after the incident happened. Did you go to the police on Friday?
But the report wasn't done as yet. The woman called me and the police report wasn't done as yet.
So what did you do at the police station if you didn't give a report?
They won't take the report. Not there. They said that this happened in Georgetown. I had to go back Georgetown. They didn't take the police report there. That's why I'm saying the report wasn't done yet.
So which police station did you go to?
This is going to the criminal unit. They're the ones that taken over the whole matter.
No. Let's back up here.
Mm-hmm.
On Friday, after the incident happened, you said you went straight to the police station. What?
Right.
Police
So
station
Bordentown.
Why would you go to Bordentown and not Georgetown when the court office is right next to the one in Georgetown?
Because I choose Bordentown.
Okay. Do you live in Bordentown? Like, why would you choose Bordentown?
I live East End.
Okay. All right. Had you ever had any conversation with his wife before that day? Did you know
Never,
her?
ever. I don't know these people. Never, ever.
So when she called you, she identified herself as
She identified herself and tell me that he told her what had happened. He had confessed it to her, yeah.
So the conversation, because I understand somebody's recorded that conversation. So what she said to you was he had told her what happened and she wanted you to, what was she asking you to not do or?
Listen, the woman wanted to know exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I guide her through every step of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she called about. And then she started saying they got 2 kids and so forth. Now, I think I've answered enough. That I give them the option. Let's leave it like this. I was willing to work with them. I was willing to don't make him lose his job because of the children, because I'm a mother. I'm a mother too. So that's why I touched my heart and was trying to work with them and give them a way out. However, what was done to me definitely wouldn't stay on a 0. But like I say, him losing his job and what's coming, he probably go even to prison because what he did to me is something unacceptable. It's something that no human being should ever go through. I touch my heart to try and help them for the children, not because of them, screw them, because of them 2 little kids. Because I've been there before.
But you do see how people listening to this story, right?
It's fine.
Would ask why, but they would say, why would money even come into the equation?
Because how else can I be compensated? Definitely you can't give me back my dignity. Definitely you can't give me back the pain, the trauma that I went through. Tell me and propose to me what other option can a person compensate me with. Please,
Well, I
let's,
mean,
you
you
know.
compensate by making him, he's gonna lose his job if what you
Well,
say is
that's not
true.
enough. That's him. He's paying for his
Yeah. But
his actions. But
I
what
mean, the
about
proper
me?
thing,
What I went through?
the
What I
proper
went
thing,
through?
yeah, but the proper thing to do is to make your lawyers handle anything else, because that is now, that's a question of like civil, that gets into civil
The
things,
thing
right?
is, this wasn't done with him. He is not. She is not the offender. It's him. I never ever discussed anything with this man. So anything that me and this
Mhm,
woman talked about has
mhm.
no weight, and you know that, Miss Chandra, because she's not the offender. My case is not against her. Who offended me was him. That's why, woman to woman, I was trying to help her. They have nothing on me because I did never ever propose anything to this man. Whatever she
Yeah,
come
I
and say
mean,
has nothing to do with it.
well, that's not quite, I'm going to be honest with you here. That's not quite how it works. And of course, now that telephone call, which was recorded, is actually going to be used against you to even call into question your motive. It doesn't mean, I mean, let me be very, very clear here as an objective person. It doesn't mean that what he did didn't happen. I want to be very, very clear here. So no one is saying that. But in fact, that could be, they could even accuse you of trying to perverse the course of justice. So this is where I bring it up, because people need to be very, very careful. Look, me myself was dragged into court being accused of trying to bribe someone and prevent the course of justice, when I was actually following the instructions of the judge. That was the only reason why I was communicating with this individual. In this instance, you don't have that. So people are going to be like, why would you even say that to the wife? If anything, you should have let your legal team, because you've already said you've got lawyers. The proper thing to have done would be to have let them handle it, right? No one is saying necessarily that, because it seems on some level that he admits and he's apologizing for something. If he didn't do anything, he certainly would not be apologizing.
Right.
But also, I think that, you probably needed to be careful with the conversations that you had with his wife or anybody else connected to this situation. So let me be very clear. As of today's date, you have not filed a police report?
Everything has been done. Everything has been done. And
So
I
you have
do,
filed a police report?
everything has been done that needs to be done. My legal representatives are the ones that are dealing with it now. I do have to go, Miss Sandra. I think I made it clear everything that has happened. I am not the offender here. I am the victim.
Mhm.
Let's never ever forget that. And I have raw evidence where this man is admitting to violate me sexually. Now, thank you. I appreciate everything you have done. Allow me to share. Um, what must be done will be done. Um, and I do hope no one ever has to go through anything like this. So thank you
Okay.
very much. I do
Thank
have
you.
to go now.
All right.
You all have a blessed day. And thank you again, okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
you too.
All righty. So, lots of questions here, obviously. It's possible for two things to be true at the same time. Good morning, caller.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to say something as an age of a woman. I don't know this girl, and I don't know the man. You know how far I is. But it can happen. I'm going to tell you, I'm not ashamed to say it. When I come up here to my brother's funeral, I was 60, right? And my birthday was coming up, and a girlfriend of mine introduced me to one man that his birthday was the same date as mine. So we went to his place. I live all the way I live, go up there, went to his place. My girlfriend and I and this man was sitting in his living room, and they had 2 bottles of wine. I'm not a big drinker. My girlfriend went over our yard across the road. You know what the man did? He believed maybe I was drunk. And he takes out his private and comes straight in my face with it. But Sandy, I'm not like that girl. You know what I did? I chuck him down in the sofa, big captain man, you know. I chuck him down in the sofa and I jump crossway him and sit on him. And I take my left hand and hold him in his stroke. And I take my right hand and I give him some pump. And that time I used to wear nails. My friend up to the other day, me and my girlfriend were talking about it. His neck was like when a hawk pick up a fowl. And I called up, he couldn't talk what happened to him. So I don't know these people, but these stupid things can happen. Simple. Because men are knowing nothing, although the girl has introduced me to him as a friend, and he have the one and we drinking. But he think I was drunk. And I sit in sober and this man come up with him private up in my face, take it out, come in my face. But I don't want no money. I wouldn't want no money. I'm telling you that. I deal with him right there and then I walk out this place. And I meet my friend, she was coming back to meet me. You hear what I tell you? So I don't know these people, but I'm not going to say it don't happen. Because some of these men, sometimes I don't know what happened to them. Look like they lose their brain sometimes. So I listen to it and I beg for her, but I wouldn't want no money. I take my revenge.
Yeah, thank you so much, Miss Lucille. This is where I think that you know, let me say this. None of us were there. The court now needs to seriously consider where they have cameras placed. And I don't know where they have cameras placed. So I'm curious to know. It's doubtful that they would have cameras, obviously, in the bathroom for obvious reasons. However, any entrance in and out of that drug testing bathroom should have a camera. So I want to talk about some broader issues here as it relates to what the court has in place and what they're doing, right? So they issued a statement yesterday where they said essentially that they were investigating an allegation made. Let me just see what this statement, let me see if I have the statement here, that they were actually investigating this. And they didn't give any details as to what they were investigating. So of course, at some point, I certainly didn't put it together until I realized that, in fact, this lady had reached out to me about the situation from Monday. And then I was like, wait a minute, court office. I wonder if this is what the court office is talking about. Typical government, they really do press releases that are as vague as they can possibly get. I mean, Jesus knows, right? That's just how they operate. So they say that they're investigating this, but I do wonder a couple things here. Are there any cameras to show that, you know, he went in there with her? Like I said, something happened. There's no doubt here. I don't think people, and a lot of people, oh, she's a crackhead. She's done this before. She likes to, you know, put things on men for money. Listen, the old adage is this, right? In law, as someone who has a law degree, right? And also someone who really tries to think logically about a lot of these things. There are things in life, A and B can be true at the same time. Yes, she can have a drug issue, which she has admitted to, okay? Yes, she might have, in the past, done things that were questionable in terms of her relationships with men and perhaps making demands on them for money, etc. Does that mean that he did not take out his penis and put it in front of her face on Friday? No, it doesn't. Those things can both be true at the exact same time. And I think that ultimately, this now is where we need to be careful. I understand some of you know of her reputation. So in typical fashion, everything that she's done in the past in your mind now becomes relevant. Maybe. Normally in a court of law, for sexual abuse victims in particular, none of that stuff would be admissible in a court of law because it has nothing to do with, did this happen on this date in this particular location, right? She could be a prostitute. She could be a roving whore from East End to Georgetown and back and whatever. Does that mean that he didn't do it? No, it doesn't. So this is where now we will see what the outcome of this obviously is. She said everything's been done. I'm assuming she means now that the police report has been finally made, right? And so a lot of people do have a sense and sort of this question in their minds of whether or not someone is capable of having a particular type of personality. Listen, she could be a liar, but on this occasion, she's telling the truth. You understand? These things are, two things can be simultaneously true at the same time. I do wonder what he was apologizing for. If nothing happened, and if she made this up completely and it didn't go so, what was he apologizing for? You could never in a million years say to me or anybody with sense, I would think, that you put your penis in my face. Did I ever give you a reason to do that? And their response wasn't like, what the fuck you talking about, bitch? I never did that. As opposed to, oh my God, I'm sorry. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm going to lose my job. I have kids. I want you to think about my kids. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. This morning I had an option to listen to the leader of the opposition on the other show, but I prefer to listen to your show on this matter. And the reason for that, of course, is things relating to the administration of justice and all those things are really, really very important. And I think I commend you for taking the story. That's point number one. And secondly, I want to say this seriously. I thought that you approached it very objectively, non-judgmentally, and you gave her a chance to give her story while at the same time challenging her without making any conclusions. I think that was very commendable on your part. And regarding her, she is clearly somebody who is assertive and intelligent, has admitted her past, but at the same time, there does appear to be a certain amount of credibility in her story, although there are these questions as to what they talked with the wife. And I think it's good also that you brought out this question as to, if you reported it to the police, why were you discussing payment of money? Because that could raise questions. And of course, what you were saying was, that sounds like what is called compounding a felony. You are not supposed to say, well, pay me money so that I don't complain to the police. So there may be issues there as to when did she report to the police after they, because they didn't pay money and so on and so forth. So that issue really, I think you did bring out that issue could hurt her. What I would have advised
but the one thing I would say though, right, which does help her, is the fact that she did go to the police station on Friday before receiving the phone call. So that lends credibility to, obviously something happened that really upset her. The fact that she said it to the guard, the security guard, and within minutes of it happening, the fact that she did go to the police station, those are positive. Because listen, Belika, a lot of women, and I'm going to share an experience here that I myself had with the police. Right, a lot of women find themselves in situations, especially where it comes around sexual assault and inappropriate conversations. And I can tell you that, as strong as you think someone is, when you're in that situation, you don't always respond as you think you would. And I use myself as an example, and I'm going to tell you what happened to me. In one of my cases, and this is now where procedurally the police and the court's office should never allow, when it comes to custody and people have access to you, they should never allow a male worker to be alone with a female in situations like this. They did that with me one of the numerous times that I was arrested, right? I will never forget it. I was at the police station and this officer was left to process me. So, you know, when you go and they do your fingerprinting, take your DNA, he's asking questions. And I'm in there with him by myself. No female officer to be had, right? He starts asking me, this was before they were using the detention center. So this was Georgetown, what used to be the old police station, right? He starts asking me questions about my relationship status. Oh, you know, why are you single? How come you don't have a man? All this stuff that had nothing to do with the arrest. And as big as my mouth is, you would have thought that in the moment that this was happening, I would have put him in his fucking place. But I was so shocked and taken aback because, number one, you are in police custody. And that does something different to you in terms of what you feel you can say and even what your rights are. So when he started down this line of communication with me, I was kind of like, what? He even went as far as giving me his phone number on a piece of paper. All of this when I'm under his control. I'm not drunk. I'm not on drugs. I didn't do, eventually I was vindicated. I didn't do anything wrong. And I was still in such a state of shock and disbelief. When he was finished and I got up and he handed me the piece of paper, as I was walking out, I dropped it in the garbage. Ironically enough, let me tell you how life is so funny, right? That same police officer was eventually convicted. Remember that murder in West Bay where the guy murdered his own son? And then they found out the police officer was trying to blackmail one of the witnesses. That was the same police officer that I'm now talking about. And it took me a minute. I did not immediately report it. And this is how I know when things happen to people, I don't judge when they have traumatic experiences and they don't respond in the way that we think that they should respond in that time, right? Because in the moment, I didn't run straight to the police commissioner. I didn't make an immediate report. Eventually, I reported it to the, what's the unit there? The unit for police misbehavior. Oh God.
Police complaints?
Yeah, whatever the official name is. I did eventually.
Yeah, victim unit or something like that.
Yeah, I did eventually report it to that unit, right? But I had to actually process it in my head in terms of even what happened. So a delay in reporting doesn't in and of itself, I mean, there wasn't really a delay in reporting here necessarily, but a delay in reporting doesn't mean that something didn't happen. Right.
Yeah. And you see, exactly. And in some countries, they've actually changed some of those rules regarding what you do immediately after, precisely because of what you are saying. Because delay in reporting used to be like a big thing. Did you report it immediately? Who did you run into and so on? But then with further studies, they found out that a lot of times it takes a while to report. Look, there are people in the United States today who are reporting things that happened 20 years ago. Okay, and yet they are still able to verify them. What I would just have, again, this is a teachable moment. I'm glad that you mentioned that.
Yeah,
there is need for reform.
Here's the other thing that I want to mention, right? Because this is very, very critical. There are people, right? She admits to having struggles and she admits to basically having used drugs. These people are actually very vulnerable individuals when it comes to certain types of crimes, such as sexual offenses. Caymanians, you guys need to wake up. We had, and I bring this back again to prove this is factual, what happens in this country and gets ignored a lot. And we can easily dismiss someone because, oh, she's a whore, she's a crackhead. We just label her and dismiss her. Many, many years ago, this would have been before I returned to Cayman in the early, I would say 1990s, so maybe closer to the mid 1990s, but I came back in 96. And I only know about this story because the many years that I kept track of Matthew Leslie and his shenanigans, this story came to light about him, right? He used to be a young trainee in the police force. I think he was like maybe 17 years old or whatever. He basically got fired from his job because what was going on, it was a whole scam situation back at the old police station. This English police officer has since, he was a Smalden, has since passed away. But this is a known fact because his ass ran from Cayman. They were taking vulnerable women, okay, who were in police custody. So if you came in police custody, you were there for drugs or whatever, they would say, we're going to help you make this charge disappear if you have sex with us. And he was having sex with women in custody. Stupid Matthew Leslie, being the little pervert that he is, he was the lookout man. So he would stay at the top of the hallway. They had the women inmates or in custody all the way at the bottom of the hallway, right? These police officers, detectives, whatever they were having sex with them, which is really tantamount to rape when you have someone in police custody. And he would be like, okay, somebody come in. He would clear his throat or whistle, whatever, to tell him to wrap it up because someone was coming down the hallway who wasn't part of this. You know how this came to light? I don't know if you've ever heard this story, Balika, but it is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It came to light because one of the women got pregnant as a result of this sexual assault. So when she was at Fairbanks, or back in the day, Northwood, because that's where they used to have the women, when she was at Northwood, they were like, hold on a second. How are you pregnant when you've been in police custody all this time? When they did the math, they were like, this something not mathing, as we say, something not adding up here. So that is how the case broke wide open, and they discovered that this is what was going on. Someone tipped off the English officer that they were about to arrest his ass. And what did he do? He ran from Cayman all the way back to the UK. And he's since passed away. He was never held accountable for that. Stupid Matthew Leslie, they just let him go from the police force and like, get the hell out of here. No one was ever charged for that. That does not mean, folks, that it didn't happen. Right?
Yeah.
And we have this historically. I have heard of police officers sitting in the quadrant on West Bay Road, waiting for St. Matthew students out at night drinking, trying to get back home. They will purposely pull them over. They blow over the limit. And then they say, okay, for this to disappear, oh, you need to go out with me, or I'm going to need a sexual favor from you. This is the reality, folks. Men, and I don't know anything about women, but I can tell you male officers do this, not just in this jurisdiction, all over the world. There's a big, I think it was a Washington Post investigation last year about women being sexually assaulted and raped in custody. And that is precisely why there are certain things that you should never be able to do. We need those body cams on every single officer, right? So when they pull someone over, it's recorded. We need cameras at the court office. We need to never have a male with a female in custody or being drug tested at no time. They should have never been alone. And even the male worker at the court office, he should see this as something that is protecting him from accusations. This should have never happened if the court office had their shit together. I'm going to be very plain and honest with you here. Whatever you think of her versus him, you know, his family, his supporters are going to support him. It should have never even been possible for this allegation to come. And this is a failing of the court office. And the people who need to be sued isn't him for no friggin' $5,000 or $10,000. It should be the fucking government for continuing to turn a blind eye to situations that put vulnerable people in a further vulnerable situation.
I agree with you, Sandra. And as I sign off, I think that even the issue about, the one about the payment of money. Now, I can't resist saying that in your case, you were already in an active civil litigation matter, and you made and on top of that, the judge also had asked that, so that your case was
very different.
In her case as well. What she can rely on is to say, well, look, I am not the one who raised the issue about the money. What happened was that the thing happened and I reported it. And then the wife now called me and tried to say, well, what if we give you some money? So she can cite the fact that she's not the one who raised it. But anyway, at the end of the day, let there be cameras. That's one. And also, young ladies, if somebody appears that they're being friendly to you, very often they've got an ulterior motive, particularly in that kind of situation. And in that case of that lady becoming pregnant, how many others who didn't become pregnant were actually molested? Probably 9 out of every 10 times when it happens, they only catch one person. But otherwise, I think this is a good time to push for certain kinds of reform. Also for people who are arrested to understand that not every good police officer is really pursuing the issue for good reasons. Otherwise, I could have just asked her to just keep quiet about what she discussed with the woman, because that could become a weak point for her. But I think at the moment she appears to have a very, very more than just a plausible story. I'll let you go there, Sandra. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks, my dear. It is a very, very sad situation. And what I can also tell you folks is, there's moving parts to this. And there are other people who are at the court office actually said to me as of yesterday, because they work there, this is not the first time that such allegations have been made at the court office. So if this is not the first time that such allegations have been made at the court office, why the hell didn't the government, and specifically the court office, close the loophole? We shouldn't be having this conversation today. And this is where looking at the bigger picture, right? The bigger picture is this situation should have never even been possible as being reported for us to even be having this conversation if the government, the court office had proper procedures and protocol in place. And the fact that they do not is problematic, and they better hurry up and close that loophole. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra.
Morning.
Let me take a breath here. Sandra, as a woman and as a victim myself, I'm very troubled to see some of the comments that have been written. I don't know this woman. I don't know who her alleged perpetrator is. And I think the one thing that all of the negative posters seem to be forgetting is that the wife of the accused contacted her.
Right.
She didn't contact them. We don't know what was said in that conversation. And maybe this person felt, well, a financial settlement can take care of it and let it go away. People do strange things when they are in fear and they are traumatized, and especially as has been, I guess, brought to light here, they have a history. Perhaps she felt that her complaint was not being taken seriously and that she had to handle it herself. That wouldn't be the first time. And if she was contacted and whatever she was asked to do to make it go away, and she suggested money, I don't see that as being a crime on her part.
Yeah.
If a police report was made, then they should never have contacted her, because the same crime she is being accused of committing,
that's right.
Also,
yes, and in fact, it is interesting, as you say, that the majority of the comments is like, well, why was she trying to get a payout? Well, why would anybody even call her about something that would have been on its way to being an active investigation? The wife should have never called her. Let me be very, very clear. That in and of itself could very well be an offense of trying to pervert the course of justice. The wife could be facing charges.
Well, let me say again, I don't know any of these people, but it doesn't matter, because I see other people writing there and saying that they have been victims of rape and other things as well. Let me repeat, everyone acts differently, even in the same situation, okay? This is why abused women continue to be abused. There are two things that keep them there. One is shame. Two, fear. If this woman has had a history, let us face it, the comments here alone, I'm sure she is aware of. No one was going to believe her. She did what she thought she had to do to be believed. And I listened to the woman, and let me just say, I'm a good judge of character, whether I see you or not. And I think, based on what I heard, the woman is being very truthful. And if they're going to jump on her about suggesting a payout, then let's look at the other side of that coin. Who made the call to her? why was that call made to her? If my husband committed such an act and he was brave enough to come home and tell me, I can tell you what the call would be that I would be making. And that's if he didn't go on his own. And that would be to the police to come and remove him. More than her raised 2 children on her own. She would have survived. But she would have had her dignity. And not because this woman, the person that called you, has a history, does it mean she's not human. It doesn't mean she doesn't have dignity and shouldn't be treated with that and disrespect. The biggest thief can be honest, even one time. The biggest liar.
That's right. And that's what I'm saying. You know, it's like people who sit down and think that, oh, because someone is a prostitute, we see these cases all over the world all the time. Oh, she wasn't raped on this occasion. Of course you can be a prostitute and still be sexually assaulted and raped.
Exactly. And,
you know,
and the perpetrator can be charged.
And successfully convicted, right? Right.
Husbands rape their wives.
All the time. That's right.
You know what? The wife doesn't realize that it is rape, because she doesn't know that the husband can rape her. Couples that are dating, it happens to them all the time. But they think they have no recourse because I was dating him. No, the answer is no, it's no.
Yeah.
You don't cross that boundary. And as a woman this morning, this is what I'm going to say. Please, as the Indians say, do not judge a man until you have walked a mile in his democracy. Things have happened to people and even to children. And the parents handled it the way they thought was best. And it ended up affecting their child or their children, and they wear that for the rest of their lives. And then they see their children going to hell and destruction. And I don't think they've ever had a conversation to say what's going on. And then it is eventually brought to light. It was that incident that wasn't handled properly. And when I say hell and destruction, I don't mean drugs or prostitution or whatever we may deem as the worst thing. It could just simply be that, you know, the child is introverted. They don't know how to talk about it. They're ashamed to talk about it. And they just don't get anywhere in life because they're wearing this badge of disgrace that was no fault of theirs. This has happened too many times. Not just, we could speak about Cayman. This has happened too many times. And yes, when you have an incident and you call the police, this has happened to me in the past. It doesn't matter where you're living. They tell you, oh, you can't report it here. You have to report it in the jurisdiction it took place. So if you, Sandra, are in Georgetown and make a call to me, threaten to kill me or whatever, and you're in Georgetown and I'm in Savannah, then I'm going to be told I can't report it here. I have to go to Georgetown, report it, because that's where you were when where the crime or the threat took place. This has to stop. If she went to the station she felt comfortable going to, they should have taken her report. They could have called the Georgetown police station, sent them a copy of the report, and then let them handle it if that's the case. And I am just sitting here thinking that woman, because of her history, felt there was nobody going to take her seriously. And that is why she felt she needed to come to you to make this public.
And not only that, but some people are, and this is a very, very true situation. Some people are actually targeted because of their history. That is why I don't know, Miss Brenda, how much people research these things. I unfortunately do a lot of research around this because I think that knowledge is power, right? I've often seen people when they report child sexual abuse, they talk about the fact that they've been victimized by different people. So, you know, I might have started with the stepfather and then an uncle, and then later on in life, somebody else did it. And I think to myself, why is it that one person can be victimized multiple times throughout their lives? And I understand that perpetrators sense a victim. They sense let me don't use the word victim. They sense a vulnerable person. They sense someone who is easy prey. And when you have already been the victim of abuse, I don't know what gives off. Like it's like they know that. And they know that they can take advantage of you and they can hurt you again and again and again. And that is very, very true. That is why this comes back to my point about the important role that people have in certain positions, right? When you have custody of someone, even if it's for 5 minutes, while that woman gives her pee sample, you still have custody of her. Okay. And she knows it. So when she said, he asked the question about, oh, you gonna be clean today, right? Then jumping to putting his penis in her face, like, okay, if you're not going to be clean, the implication is you do this and everything is going to be cool. I mean, I cannot fathom it. And I'm telling you, without making any assertions here, because I want to be very, very clear, this will be vindicated or not, or these people will be dealt with in a court of law. But I want y'all to read this. Right? What this person has said this morning. I'm hearing this is not the first time this particular bailiff has done this. Several people, one who is connected as a former staff member of the court system, have said this. And so it makes me question, just like you guys are questioning her and who she is and what she's done and blah, blah, blah. It would not be unfair for me to also say that there are multiple people unconnected to each other who have said, here's another one that came in yesterday afternoon, right? Apparently, it's not the first time he's been accused. Now, an accusation does not mean that somebody is guilty. Let me be very, very clear. But when it comes to these particular types of offenses, you will find that oftentimes there's a long pattern of accusations before you ever get to the point where someone takes it to the police and you eventually get a conviction. That is the very nature of sexual abuse and molestation accusations. Perpetrators get away with it for a lot of time.
Sandra, let me also say something. In instances where trauma sets in immediately, yes, there is a delayed reaction of reporting for whatever reason, but not because they delayed in reporting it. Does it mean it is not true or it doesn't have some merit? I was also going to say what I think you just covered. If in fact, and I'm going to stress, if in fact, because I wasn't there, I know what I believe based on what I heard, but I'm going to say this. She wasn't the first person he tried that with. That has probably happened many times. And because the person was probably going to test positive, of course they were happy to give something in exchange to have that swept away. And you never know what you will get until you ask. That's something I was told by someone I will never forget, talking about womanizing men. As they say, well, you don't know if you're going to get it if you don't ask. Okay? Sometimes the answer is no. But we know the answer was yes if they were successful. So right now,
yeah, it's really wild. And I
has at least listened to her, do a proper investigation. And I will also say, and I'm going to repeat, if in fact this incident took place, the female officer needs to also be investigated. You said it before, yes, these things happen. The incident you brought up about the female that was in custody and the one that ran back to the UK, the reason that no charges were brought against any of them was because, well, two were fired, one ran back to the UK. They actually did a DNA test on the child and the officers that had contact with her, and it turned out one of them was the father. Nobody could tell about it off. The minute that he was asked for his DNA, he knew, even if he wasn't And if he wasn't the father, he was guilty because he was there. And when the child came out, looking the way it came out, I think it was very clear then who the child was for. That's why he went back to the UK. So in other words, they didn't follow up on it to bring him back to face charges and so on. They just left him and let him stay there. And again, people can look very, very unassuming. That doesn't mean anything. That's why when we hear things about certain people, we're shocked because we didn't think they had that side to them. As they say, trust no flesh that moves. No one knows what I'm capable of, just like I don't know what you are capable of. And I'm not putting my neck on no block for anyone. And I'm going to say again, as victims, we don't always speak about it, but it doesn't mean we don't recognize it when it has happened. Some choose not to talk about it because of shame. Okay? This is why a lot of rape victims never report it because they're so afraid they're not going to be believed. They have watched other rape victims go to court, pour their heart out, put their life out there to the public, and then the rapist walks free.
Right.
And that is a deterrent to any victim. It has to stop. I don't care how mild it was. I don't care what your intention was. It has to stop. First of all, I don't think they should be going to the courthouse to give a urine sample. Let them go to the hospital lab. And if it's a male, have males attend to them. Females, have females only. It shouldn't be
and let me also say this, Miss Brenda, because there's another case that I'm going to be another set of allegations that I'm going to be bringing, and I've mentioned it before, but I was trying to give the RCIPS an opportunity to tell me why this person, another Englishman, was allowed to leave this jurisdiction under these very heavy allegations of him touching multiple men and making sexual insinuations. He's actually an attorney at law here in the Cayman Islands. But you see, the justice that is for me and you as Caymanian women or men of color, not the same justice that some of these other people get. Now, this is where the expat conversation becomes real, right? He was permitted to leave this jurisdiction as an English white man, knowing that 3 men had made allegations about him about sexual misconduct. And the DPP's office can sit there in their high office and have zero accountability. And you have to ask yourselves, why? And then what the plan is, let it blow over. And then in a couple of years, he was a partner in a law firm. In a couple of years, he'll be able to come back and return, and nobody is the wiser. This is the foolishness that is happening on our little island. And y'all would be shocked. So to your point, right? Not just male and male. Maybe you need to have 2 people present at all times.
Well, I think I did say have 2 males.
Yes, because too much foolishness going on.
And even with that, you don't know what the person is safe, because suppose one of those males prefers men over women. So,
that's what I'm telling you. I mean, this allegation is a man against 3 of his male clients. So, having a male there or a woman there doesn't necessarily mean that you're any safer from sexual assault either.
Well,
because some women will assault you as another woman.
That's right. That is right. And some people will do these things just to humiliate that individual because of their history, not because they really need it or want it, but just to humiliate them. In other words, I have the power. Let me show you what I can do, and you can do nothing about it. Who do you think they will believe? Because that's the attitude of many. But going back to the tier system of justice, I don't know who else has discovered this, but I've done this a long time ago. There is like a 3-tier system of justice here in Cayman, and the Caymanians are at the bottom, okay? There's no justice for us. It doesn't matter what it is. We can think back to these cases with firearms and the ammunition and so on. And because they're not Caymanians, they have a different skin tone than the Caymanians, they're given a kiss on the hand and told to have a nice day. The Caymanian is sent to jail, whether guilty or not guilty, and denied bail on the ground that they are a flight risk. A Caymanian. So all of this has to stop. I think our whole judicial system, and let me be very careful here, because I'm told that it's a crime or an offense to criticize our judicial system, but I'm going to say it leaves a lot to be desired. And I really, really hope that that will be recognized, because until that happens, God have mercy on us all.
Thank you, my dear.
Okay.
No doubt it's an unfortunate situation. I mean, it really kind of hurts me because, you know, as someone who oftentimes go to court, I see these people obviously from a distance, and, you know, I don't purport to know anyone. I don't purport to be in a position where I don't swear for nobody. I don't care who the hell you are. I'm not swearing for nobody. As they say, sometimes you can barely swear for yourself in terms of what you would do and what you wouldn't do in a situation. What I do know, again, not speaking to, I'm disappointed to hear these allegations. I will say that, right? But at a broader level, I know that women are victimized by people in authority every single day. This is why when you hear me saying that we have got to change even the corporate culture of Cayman, of what is tolerated in the, not just at the courthouse, but all of the civil service, right? You guys have seen me point out things with Cayman Airways, for example. There's certain types of relationships that these institutions, by looking the other way, they claim that they're consensual, but by looking the other way, they're creating a culture of, oh, the male pilots are in a powerful position over the female stewardess and others. And so therefore, there's certain things that they can do, yeah, that is permissible and allowable. They can sexually harass people. And when I tell you it starts from the very top and goes all the way down to the bottom, I'm not kidding. And until we get to the point where we have a zero tolerance for this stuff, no fraternizing between anybody who is a subordinate and someone who is a supervisor. That should never happen. If the people are on the same level, you know, you might, you know, have a date with a coworker or whatever. But the power dynamic shifts when that person has the ability to get you hired, fired, demoted, harass you sexually, all of these things. And a lot of this is happening in the workforce. Police officers, when they have people in custody, when they're in uniform, when they're on the job, they have power over other people. And that power is perceived and it is also real. Right? And so you have got to be very, very careful. I think the messaging that we are putting out there. And again, I go to what he said, and these messages are very, very powerful. If someone said, you brought your dick on my face, who do you think I am? When I give you a sign to act like this. And he says, I am sorry. Please don't report me. I've already apologized. This does not speak of someone who did nothing. This does not speak of someone who did not take out his penis and do exactly what she said. And I hear some of you saying, oh, well, she must have set this up. How the hell are you going to set up someone to take out their friggin' penis and put it in your face? I don't even understand that. And this shows our tendency, as this person rightfully said, to look at victims and try to pick apart who they are. She can be all the stuff that you guys have said. She could be a crackhead. She can be a liar. She can be on drugs. She can be, you know, loose as a goose, all that stuff. And I tell you, that does not mean that what she alleges to have happened on Friday didn't happen. Okay? Doesn't mean that that's, you know, all those things can be true. And it can also be true that he took out his penis and tried to put it in her friggin' mouth on Friday. And that she has told the truth about the substantive part of this. She admitted to having issues with drugs in the past, right? She also admitted, and this is something to be cognizant of being a victim previously to sexual assault. And that changes how you react and what you do. But I can tell you, even if you were not a victim of sexual assault, when you're in a situation like this, you cannot speak to how you are going to react to any given situation. We all think that we know. Before that incident, and I mean, listen, he didn't touch me or anything like that, but the nature of the conversation, right? You would think, boy, Sandra got the biggest mouth this side of the Mississippi. She not gonna let nobody talk to her like that. She would have locked that down. I thought that of myself as well. Until I was in it. I was in a stressful situation of having just been arrested at my workplace, put in handcuffs. I was already upset because these idiots had taken me home. They wanted to search my house. My poor dog at the time, Coco, was at the vet, and I was upset because they were telling me that I couldn't go get her. There was no facility to keep her overnight. And I told those officers in no uncertain terms on that front, right? There's about 6 officers in the car with me. And I said, y'all gonna go get my fucking dog here tonight, or we gonna have a problem. So by the time I get to Central now and he's processing me, I was fatigued from these police officers and their nonsense. But you know what? It should have never been the case that a male officer was in there alone with me to process me. What somebody just told me what his name is again. He's still in jail, right? As far as I know, he's still serving time in Her Majesty's Palace. And when I heard that he was involved in that and what the person said, I believed every word of it. I said, what his name is again? Yeah, Courtney Levy, C1 auxiliary officer. Yeah? We have our own Caymanians who do this nonsense, but we also import a lot of people who, where they're coming from, this is the norm for them to do this to women. Sexually assaulting them and more. So this person says, oh, this is not the one. My apologies. That was not the one I was going to grab. Hold on one second. Right. So this person said, well said, Sandra. In Cayman, before people look at the situation at hand, they tear down the individual, bring up their past, exploit their vulnerabilities and everything that's unrelated, and judge the individual before dealing with the matter at hand. Sad, I fear that that will be the case here with this story. And I think that she was well aware, obviously, of what you guys were going to say about her and what her reputation is. There's a specific reason why I didn't want to take any phone calls to break up her story. I wanted to be able to ask her. And like I said, I'm not coming to any conclusions here. I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying he didn't do it. Right? She has her version of events. We saw some messages that, if you were a completely objective person, does seem to make her the bigger allegation believable. Now, what transpired later with the money and whatever, yeah, she should have never brought up any conversation about money. I certainly would not have done that. But you could also ask, the better question is, why was the wife even calling her to begin with? I'm just saying, don't call her. No, he shouldn't have called her. The wife shouldn't have called her. There should have been no contact with her at all. And then I tell you what, there also would not have been any money conversation. And not like she reached out to them and said, you better pay me or else. And I think that, unfortunately, this is an area where she's a little bit naive and stupid in how she handled it, right? Because of the fact that she actually, even on her live, I understand, went as far as talking about this whole money situation. You don't do that. That's not what you do. So that was a poor decision on her part. Does that negate the fact that it happened? Does that mean that because she asked for money or threw out a figure or 2 figures out there that it didn't happen? No, it doesn't. She shouldn't have done that. She shouldn't have said that. But it does not mean that what she is alleging didn't happen. The investigation will continue. In the meantime, I have some real choice words for the judiciary. There's a lot of complaints, and I see Balika saying that there's no law against, it's not an offense to criticize the judicial system. Well, I got some criticisms for all of them, as far as I'm concerned. I've had some for police in the past when they needed it. I've had a lot for the DPP's office because that's a friggin' shit show over there. The court's office, and I'm very, very disappointed to say this, right? Despite Margaret Ramsey's efforts, and she has done a lot of positive stuff, modernizing the system and so on, there are certain elements of it that remain problematic. And it comes down to the staff. You see, yesterday, when I was saying to you guys, right? When I think it was Johan that brought up this thing about, expats and their jobs and blah, blah, blah. If we as Caymanians are not ready to go into these positions and do the right thing when we are there, we are literally shooting ourselves in the foot. And I cannot excuse this behavior. I hold us responsible for ruining our own reputations because we seem to do a pretty good job at it at times. Caymanians, when y'all get a job, I don't care if it's with public sector, private sector, it's police, prison, court's office, in the main government building. I don't care if you're at the top as a chief officer or you just answering the phone. You go in there and do your best at your job. Stop making us as Caymanians look incompetent, look like thieves because y'all stealing from your own government or private sector. Make us look like we're all liars because your behavior reflects on all of us. Because these same people, when they sit down and talk about, oh yeah, these came out and tell me they want the jobs, but look at what they do when they get in position. How many corruption cases have we had where our own people are the source of the corruption? Taking money to fix driver's licenses for people. And the joke about it, mostly the expats were benefiting. That's why our roads are a shit show every day with all these accidents, right? Taking money under the table. That was a Caymanian that was convicted of that at DVDL. That wasn't a foreigner. Huh? What is wrong with our people? The immigration offense case where they were taking money for the English language test. That is why immigration to this day themselves will never administer another English language test. Our people did that. That was the largest fraud case that has ever gone through the judiciary. Who was that? Caymanians. Rental fraud cases. Who are those people? Caymanians. Going into the little banking job as tellers and managers and stealing from the banks. Who is doing that? Caymanians. We need to get our proverbial shit together. Stop blaming other people when our own houses are falling apart, right? When we can't look at the man in the mirror and do the right thing. Caymanians are out here sexually assaulting people as well. Caymanians are out here molesting their own children, molesting their nieces and nephews and grandchildren and the children next door. It's some of our own people that are engaged in some of this behavior. And what are we going to do? The expats, we can send them to jail and then send them back home. Sometimes it's not even worth putting them in jail like we saw that coach the other day. Just send his backside back to Jamaica. Where's the sexual offenders registry so we can make sure he get put on that? But we have to be willing to step up to the plate. And so I'm disappointed to hear that the allegation is against one of her own. And so, yes, if he is found guilty, it's going to be Caymanian children. And I don't know who his wife is. I don't know where she's from, but she's probably a Caymanian. And then it's going to be Caymanian children that have to deal with the fallout of a Caymanian parent making a poor decision with his life. And if someone can be so comfortable, let's presume that this story goes so, or close to so. I would be very, very concerned that in those circumstances, someone could be that comfortable with doing such a thing to someone that, for all intents and purposes, they don't even know. Right? Had just gotten her number to give to your wife for cakes. And you gonna do this? That would say a lot to me. And you know what it screams to me? This is not the first fucking time that this has happened, huh? You get comfortable with doing something of this nature if you've done it before. I would be scared shitless. Like I couldn't even think about doing something like that. Taking out my little pee-pee and showing that to somebody outside of my house? What the Ross? Are you kidding me? At your workplace? I'm sorry, but am I the only one who want to even hear that story? Not only is it cringy for other reasons, I'm thinking, could I do such a thing? I would be scared to death. Oh my God. I cannot imagine it. Wow. At work, I have never been on anybody's job and thought to myself, oh, let me do something sexual or make a pass on somebody. Child, if I even look at somebody that I think is cute and I go, oh my God, he's so cute. That very thought going through my head, I'm like, oh my God, don't think about it at work. Don't even think the person cute at work. Much less. How comfortable do you have to be? How many years you've been on the job and how comfortable do you have to be to do something like that? Men, what is wrong with some of y'all? There's some broader questions here as well, you know. Because some men just feel like, I'm like, what the fuck? How could you even think? Even if you know the person, how could you? I don't understand it. Like, it is just like a foreign concept to me. Dominique says Caymanians following the lead. Well, I guess on the one hand, you have a situation where we have had leaders, and I'm sure we continue to have leaders who are doing the most, and y'all don't even care. We've talked about some of them having their freak offs and everything, and you still vote them right back into office. And that says to me that those individuals can get away with it. Just like Miss Marla was saying, we have an electorate that hasn't performed, hasn't delivered, and we, the voters, continue to put them right back in office. They have no moral compass. If they cheat on their wives of 25, 30 years that they clean, that they love, what do you think they can do to me and you that they really don't even care about? They'll cheat us and crook us in every which way. And so at some level, still can't care nothing about what happened to the sexual harassment legislation. Is that passed as yet? Where are we with that? Our leaders seem afraid and impotent to discuss issues around this, put policy in place, hold people accountable, Yeah, Makiva Bush is another perfect example. Chris Saunders is another perfect example. And there are others, former premiers of this country, who have cheated on their wives. It is well known. Sometimes even with civil servants, to the point when the civil servant had a baby, they didn't know who the child was for, whether it was for that premier or the other man that she was cheating with on the side that married to somebody else. It was like a list of 3 or 4 people. And then it became a process of elimination as, oh, well, you better go do a DNA test to see if it's for you. That's the leadership that we have. Let us not forget, right? That when women have been assaulted physically and even sexually, Makiva Bush has done that, the casino situation, made that disappeared with money. We had other politicians get before the people and say, oh, well, I can't say nothing on this because he got to have his day in court. And because it never made it to court because people get paid off and things disappear. If y'all don't think that woman was paid off, y'all better think again. Y'all talking about this woman wanted her paycheck. You think she the only one that has gotten paid off over the years? That woman in the casino took her bag of money and just said, forget about it. Because you know what's going to happen? As Miss Brenda said, the victim then gets dragged through the court. Her reputation gets called out. Well, what were you wearing that day in the casino? And how were you acting? And, when he slapped you in the ass, did you enjoy it until you turn around and looked at his fat ass and go, oh, no, not today, Bobo. All kind of questions they're going to be putting to you. So sometimes the easiest thing to do is to just take your money and walk the fuck away. And it's unfortunate. But for every victim that you've spoken to that has gone through the process of going to court, they will tell you the stress that comes with and exactly what that is like. Okay? And it does not always work in the end, because then you leave it up to juror of your peers and they may or may not convict the person. And again, that doesn't mean that they did or didn't do it. It takes a lot for someone to go through that. And I take my hat off to every single victim who have had that immense level of courage, because it takes a lot of courage to do it and not know the outcome. Some people don't have that fight in them. So they say, you know what? Just give me my money and make me be on my way. At least I can go and afford some therapy with the money that you paid out. Caller?
Sandra, please forgive me for calling you a second time. I thought you might like to know this. Compass, I was just looking at the news here, and that's what their headline was: investigation of inappropriate act at the courthouse. Anyway, what I omitted to say in my first call, sometimes this is a culture. How should I put it?
Well, it's a culture. It's a cultural norm. I can tell you that, for these men to be acting the way they do and think they can get away with it. That is without doubt.
And I'm not applying this now to that incident. I want to share something that happened to me. Mm-hmm. When I worked for a European bank, okay? So who I dealt with were all Europeans. I mean, except for the Caymanian staff. Mm-hmm. And I remember one day, one of my colleagues was wearing a beautiful cologne. And I said to him, I said, that's a really nice cologne. What's that? And he looked at me and he said, I'll report you for sexual harassment. I said, what? Well, what did I do? And he said, because, my reaction to his cologne and my statement about his cologne. So I had to explain to him. I said, you are in Cayman. This is our culture. And let me just let you understand something. That was a compliment. I didn't sexually harass you. I wouldn't sexually harass you because, first of all, I'm not attracted to you in any way. I said I was only asking, what is the cologne you're wearing? Because it's a really nice cologne. That's a compliment. Now, if you want to write me up and say that I sexually harassed you, go right ahead. I said, but I can do one better than that. Now let's go to our boss. And you tell him what I did and what I said. and let's see how he defines it. I said, and in the future, I will make sure that whatever you're wearing, I will have nothing to say. But since you're so ignorant, you don't realize you're in someone else's country. You clearly didn't check anything about our culture, and you think I have sexually harassed you. I will announce to the bank that I sexually harassed you because I complimented your cologne. I said, maybe what you all should do is spend some time and understand where you are. Don't bring your primitive attitude here. You've come here. You've tried to stuff your culture down in our throat. Let me just say this. Their culture was, when it's your birthday, you bring the cake, okay? I said, that's not our culture. When it's our birthday, we are used to receiving gifts, cakes, or whatever, not providing them. I said, I've seen this happen here. I was shocked when I saw it happen. And even the Caymanians are now falling into line with it. I said, well, let me just explain. When it's my birthday, unless I am having a party, I don't bring or I don't provide anything, because they had the gall to ask me one day, where was the cake and so on. I said, cake for what? Then it's your birthday. I said, that's right. It's my birthday. I don't bring anything. And again, I reminded them, please take the time, since you didn't do it before you got here. Now that you are here, now that you have to also get used to hurricanes and what to do with hurricanes, I say take time to learn something about the culture of the people that you have now come to live among. And if it's something you do not understand, please ask us. I said, I'm happy to educate any of you. So I say that to say, to my fellow Caymanians, be very careful, because even with an innocent compliment, it can be used against you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. And somebody was just reminding me as well to talk about WRC and what some of those customs officers be up to. Remember the whole story that we had in relation to the Filipino scammers and all that kind of stuff? Well, the allegation is that we have customs officers who are taking advantage again of these women, knowing their desperate, dire straits back in their home country and how badly they want to stay in this country, that they're promising them all sorts of stuff. Oh, I'll get you back after deportation. The very people we sending on flights with these Filipino women are the ones who are engaging in inappropriate relationships with them and sex with them. And I tell you what, y'all need to start looking into some of this, because this stuff is wrong. It is completely wrong. Yeah? Right? She has evidence of his wife, and I'm going to just put this out there again. I don't even know who the wife is. I have no idea who the wife is, but she sent a screenshot saying, here is the wife adding me on social media. You guys want to talk about her asking for money? Why the fuck is his wife calling and adding her on social media? Huh? She has a screenshot of the call log. There's independent pieces of stuff here that can be verified. Yes, she recorded the conversation of her asking for money, but why would you be calling her not once, not twice, but 3 different times? Why are you adding her on social media? Again, the system needed to have just worked, and there should have been no interference from the wife or anybody else connected to this. I'm just saying. Y'all can't be prepared to call her out for wrongdoing, saying, oh yeah, she should not have done this. Right? And then yet this is how many times he was calling her on Friday. So if nothing happened, why he calling her for? Ask yourself that question. And look at that in relation to then the time stamps of the messages. Come on, people. Pick sense from nonsense. You don't know this woman. She's a client of the court. First of all, she should have never even given him her number, and he should have never taken it. And there should have been no discussion. And I know this is Cayman, so I'm aware. You know, you talk to people like, oh, you know, I do this, I do that, little side business, whatever. Most of the time, it doesn't go sideways. And we feel like, you know, you can have these conversations with people. Oh, I got a little side business here. Take my car, do this, do that. That is the informality of it. But they need to shape up the professionalism. When you're on the job and in your uniform, you shouldn't be sitting there trying to promote your wife's business and telling nobody about her cakes or nothing else. You shouldn't be trying to give this woman advice about, you know, oh, maybe you should become your own entrepreneur, this, that, and the next thing. Huh? And the friend request from the wife just came in yesterday, and yesterday was Tuesday. Look here now. Look here now. Come on. So listen, y'all, this is the problem with this situation, right? I am not saying for 1 minute that she didn't ask for money. That may not even be an offense. That's up to the DPP's office, how they wish to see that. Taking your penis out and putting it in somebody's face is an offense, if that's what happened. What transpired after that doesn't negate or does not erase the fact that if he did do it, if he did take his penis out and put it in her mouth, that is an offense. Whether she then asked for money or not doesn't mean that he didn't do it. It doesn't negate that. And so I'm annoyed when y'all message me about, oh, she wanted money. So what? At some point, you have to understand, yes, they recorded it. Does that mean he didn't? In fact, I can tell you what it actually proves. Because y'all, some of y'all not got no sense. The fact that she was in a position to even make the demand for money means that fucking shit happened. Y'all hear me? Think about that for a second. How is she, excuse my camera cutting off the top of my head, I stood up. How is she gonna be in a position to ask for money if nothing didn't happen? Why would you even be entertaining it? Good, pull out your recordings. Cause that shit gonna backfire right on you when a jury hears that. Why are you adding her on social media for? All of the actions that the other side are engaging in while trying to just point at her and her behavior. Boy, I tell you what, if I were her lawyer, I would be having a fucking field day. Well, not her lawyer, because it's going to be a criminal case. If I was the DPP office, I would be having a field day with all of this. Why are you adding her yesterday as a friend? Why did you call her to begin with? And then you try and use the recording against her? Because she asked you for money? Why did you call her? What was your intent for calling her? So I would say bring it on. If the DPP office got any sense, I would say, yeah, let's talk about it. Be careful. You know the old saying, sometimes when you're digging a grave for somebody else, you're digging one for yourself? You better dig two. All of that only proves her case. As far as I'm concerned, you're going to be demanding money for something that never happened. How? He even offered to get her job to forgive him. Oh, y'all need to shut the fuck up. Y'all really getting more information here. I'm telling you, y'all need to stop. Stop defending nonsense when it's not defendable. There's too much here. There's too many screenshots. He was deleting stuff, but she was screenshotting it quicker than he could delete it, looks like to me. See what you say? I knew you would screen capture the chat, but I really wanted to apologize, so that's why I sent you the messages. Do you forgive me? I will do my best to help you find a job. Then she says, now you will. Bye, goodbye. And he puts a little, which emoji that is, a little frowning emoji. Says, damn, never thought that I would have lose my job like this. Sorry, please don't. I am begging you. Begging for what? How you gonna help her find a job? You better help yourself because you gonna be looking for a job after jail. I'm just saying. No, sir. This is a hot mess and then some. Wow. Like I said, in life, and it is often the case, that two things can be true at the same time. What a hot mess. It's disappointing. You know, I've seen this young man around court and I hail him up and say hi to him. And I've even seen him outside of court. Hey, how you doing? You know, but let me tell you something. Y'all need to know how to flex at people. Not me, TD. I flex in with people on a different level. And I try not to put myself even in a questionable situation. I'll give you an example, right? An older gentleman said to me, I need to go to the BRAC and do an interview with him. And he even said to me this week, and I said, yeah, man, I'm going to plan it soon. You know, I'll come and, you know, whatever. And he's like, oh, you know, I have extra room. You could stay at my place and whatever. You know, the first thing that came to my mind when he made that offer, and I know I don't believe that he would ever do anything, but me? No. No way, honey child. As a married woman and a mother of a young girl, I make certain decisions. I'm very, very careful. Maybe as a single woman, but even then, no. The hotel over there, so I'll stay at the hotel for the one night so I can do the interview. And I'm going and staying in no man's house, right? I wouldn't even ask, you got a woman in the house? I'm not even entertaining it. I'm not doing that. I can pay for a hotel. I try to think if I have any female BRAC friends, but that's okay. It only one night. We're going to be fine. We can afford to pay for the hotel for one night. No. It's madness. Anyway, we'll certainly keep you updated. Thank you, Blissful says, let this again bring highlight to Anna. If Anna don't have professionalism, please learn from this. Let's get it together as we are the main example for the court and police systems always. I mean, when you mess up yourself, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I don't know. Someone says, thank Miss Brenda for the explanation earlier. And lots of people asking like, wow, how far would you even go? The report that I was thinking about earlier, by the way, I found it. It was a Washington Post investigation. And I'm going to share this link because all of you need to educate yourselves about what's happening with law enforcement. And what actually, Lulu, when you going to make me laugh? I'm talking about I must stay with Crazy Carrie and her cats. Lord have mercy. You trying to get me to commit murder? What? No, we're not doing that either. You know, the last time I was in the BRAC, ironically, I ran into her. That was, I think, last year. Child, please. Lulu, you made me laugh on a day that really there's not much to laugh about, but there you go. Oh, my God. I want to share this story with you guys, and I think it's worth a read to see how many people actually abuse position, especially police officers. This was in the US. And this one is called, it was a Washington Post investigation. And I love their headline saying democracy dies in darkness. Amen and hallelujah to that. He was a police officer. She was 15 years old. He met her at her elementary school and then he sexually abused her. When she ran away, when she got pulled over, when she called for help in a neighborhood park at her elementary school, right? Abused by the Badge was this exclusive interview, and it was a Washington Post investigation found hundreds of law enforcement officers in the United States had sexually exploited children. Many avoid prison time. Y'all need to read this. I'm going to show you, I'll share the link here, but trust me, I'll actually put it in the channel. So if you follow the channel, you can quickly read this. This is a must read. They are doing this to children in the United States of America. And, you know, let me say this, because we have some people who are friends on social media, and I always see them talking about, oh, you know, oh, these Muslim men, they be wanting to marry our young kids and do that and do that. Okay, I'm not saying nothing about that, but you need to look at the number of non-Muslims, both men and women, who are child molesters and raping people, children left, right, and center. And I don't see y'all up in arms about, oh, look, another non-Muslim raped somebody's child. Every single one of these, pretty much, look at the profile. Most of them are white men. I hate to tell you. You got the idiots in there too, the brothers in there mixed up in this. But most of these are run-of-the-mill Caucasian Americans. Somebody's father, somebody's brother, somebody's uncle, grandfathers, all kind of stuff. And this is what they're doing. Right? And they found that they were getting away with it. From forces as big as 33,600 officer New York Police Department, and as small as a 2-officer agency in Gully Bridge, West Virginia. 2 officers, and at least one of the 2, probably 2 of the 2, going around molesting people, children. 99% of those arrested were males. See them there? 66%, arrested officers had more than 5 years of service. 47 of those were chiefs of police, top sheriffs, and other agency heads. Can you believe that? Nearly 40% of convicted officers were not sentenced to prison. I mean, this is just unbelievable. And why do they target children? Vulnerability. Read this, folks. I will share it in the channel. This is an eye-opener. Leanna has a question for leaders. Why the sexual harassment bill not getting pushed? Once again, these are the questions I'm always asking. And from our female representatives, push it. We have more women now in cabinet, in caucus, and elected than ever before. We need y'all to stand up for us. Stand up for vulnerable children. Please. What a mess. All right, folks, I've got a 12 o'clock meeting, so I need to get on the road. Miss Margie says, like you said, Sandra, what was the intent of the wife calling her, making her feel sorry for the children, asking what could be done to resolve this, and then recording her? This leaves a lot of questions. Lots of questions, quite frankly. All right. We'll keep on top of this one for sure. I'll let you guys know how this pans out. You know, I was actually checking yesterday on a woman who was a victim of, you guys might remember this interview. It was quite a landmark interview here on the show of DJ Renato. Remember that lady who was raped twice by him, and he's now still in jail. He got quite a significant sentence. Praise the Lord and hallelujah. And she came on the show and talked about what happened to her. And I was flabbergasted that his own family members were in the comment section trying to make it about me. And I'm such a horrible person. And obviously I'm the one who set him up to rape a woman, not once, but twice, and then convicted him the whole 9 yards, right? They always want to shoot the messenger. But of all the interviews that I've done, and over the years, it's now a lot, there's certain ones that really, really stand out as being trailblazing for different reasons. We have never had a rape victim, a survivor. I don't even want to call them a victim, but a survivor. Now she's doing advocacy work for others, going through what she had gone through and continues to go through, because that sort of thing changes who you are forever, right? She did that interview, and to the best of my knowledge, no media house in Cayman has ever had an interview like that. People criticize us. Some of you didn't like that we were even doing this interview this morning. But I think it's important to give people an opportunity. You don't have to take sides. You can just listen. We wanted to ask questions, trying to understand what this is all about. Our entire judiciary now is put under a spotlight that is very, very negative. And so when someone makes an allegation, we want to give them space to be able to hear, what is it that they're saying, right? Well, what's the allegation? What are you saying? What, bring the evidence. I always tell y'all, bring your receipts. She brought receipts this morning. Whether you like her or not, whether you have an issue with her asking for money or not, whether that phone call was recorded or not, that's all great. But there's receipts that he definitely did something that he is immensely afraid of. And furthermore, he knows at the very least he could be terminated for, if not worse. He knows that. And he's admitted that in the messages. Right? So let me be clear. The wife called her, getting some more messages here. This was on Friday. Called from one number. When that call did not get answered, turned around and called from another number. Why? Why are you even calling her at all? And then we find out didn't call her once, but also called her twice from another number. You see? Come on, folks. Something that, nah. I try to be a fair and balanced person. I really, really do. And whether I like somebody or don't like them or, whatever, when you're providing this kind of evidence, I mean, even to me, got to go like, huh? Put it all out there. Everything in the fore. That is how you get to the bottom of a story. There should be nothing left out. It's kind of like a few people sent me yesterday where Carrie is sharing the last order from the court. And I said, but why hasn't she put out everything? Because that was an application that she brought to the court and she lost. Yes, while she brought it to the court, I'm like, by the way, she's not filed her defense and acknowledgement of service within the time. So can I get my default judgment? The judge said, oh no, let's give her another chance to file that. But she'll put out her stuff and put a certain twist on it. No, you can't do that. Put everything out there. Because we haven't had a single hearing that she's won anything on any point. Every time she tries to get it delayed, the court says no. But yet she claims that she's going to be schooling me and making everybody know everything. Listen, one thing about the legal system, especially when you're dealing with judges, you better be bringing your evidence. And any lawyer or person worth their salt, they don't bring just a very narrow slither. It's everything, copies of everything. That's how you do it. We'll continue to watch this. Blissful Powell says, we don't really care, but without CMR, Cayman wouldn't have the knowledge of the unfairness, victims, liars, and what's really happening here in our little islands. So again, thanks to CMR for being there for all of us. Thank you so much, Blissful Powell. I really, really appreciate it. All right, folks, we'll continue the conversations. Some of them are troubling. I know, sometimes you don't like to hear about this stuff. Again, thank you, Cell 2933. Lots of questions about cameras. There should be camera footage that at the very minimum showed that he went into that toilet with her. And from then, from the footage can show that, if that was me, dog and eat your supper. Because you should have never entered the bathroom with her as a male. You're not supposed to do that. And if that can even be proven, that's enough grounds for termination right there. So, because then after that, it's going to come down to her word versus his about the zipper and pulling down of the penis and all that kind of stuff, pulling out of the penis. But why would you even go in there? Right? This person says not only the court has issues, look at the police force. They have a person hired and tells her husband when the roadblocks are and when the police is about to do something. So he calls and tells his friends. She works in the HR department of the force. Well, send us her name so that the police force can start digging up all the bad seeds into their department as well. The young lady says, request for the camera footage in the room, which should have captured the first harassment. If you, my only concern with that though, is it's been a month. I don't know how long their recording happens for. And this is what I want to encourage someone. If you are a victim, right? Normally these perpetrators don't stop. I gotta tell you, they get more bold. So they might have been testing the water with her, right? And then that's why he felt comfortable pulling out his penis. So please, I know it's not easy. It's not easy coming forward. Sometimes people are going to ridicule you. They're going to have this, they're going to have that to say. But sometimes you're actually protecting yourself from further abuses by reporting the first time something makes you feel uncomfortable. She reported it to her lawyer, but it should have been reported to the court's office. And what is their reporting protocol? This is the other thing. Nobody don't know. Who do you report it to at the court office? Because they got so many complaints there from staff. The staff is like, we don't even get treated fairly. Who would you report it to? Is there any signage at the court office? I'm now thinking about this. Is there any signage in there that says, if something happens to you, here's a complaint number where you can report something, toll free, whatever, anonymously. You can send it an email. This is where the management of the court office now needs to start thinking about this type of infrastructure rollout, and these things should be ready, available. My God, they at least have a complaints number at the hospital. Right? Says the female officer was not called right away. The camera outside should show how long I was in there, meaning he took too long to call the female officer. I was inside alone because he didn't make the call right away. Cameras should show what time the female entered the testing area, showing how long it was that I was inside the testing room for. All very, very good points. Are recorded calls even admissible if the person was not advised that the call was being recorded? I can't 100% tell you what Cayman law says on this. It could be something like one of the parties who was involved in the conversation, obviously the recording party, knew about it. So potentially it's possible, but I wouldn't take my word on it because I don't. I'm not comfortable enough in law to say if that is the case or not. Yeah. So I would have to ask that probably of a criminal defense lawyer. But if it comes down to proving something that was said and the person who's trying to rely on it and prove it was the person doing the recording, it might very well be admissible. All right. Instagram ended because at 4 hours, Instagram ends. 4 hours show. Lord have mercy. We got to go. All right, folks. Have a good day. See you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's what? Thursday. Tune in early, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yes? All right.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.